Ooh. Poltergeist is messing with mine. There we go. Whew. Oh, good morning, everybody. Surprise. We live. It's not a surprise. I told all y'all. We live. So, I've done a few of the dailies just so that I didn't bore everybody with just like the normal Animal Crossing crap. Because we're not interested in fossils. We want gyroids. We want all the good stuff. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna look at this. Actually, I think I want to do one. Okay. And oh wait, we can actually. There's my countdown for the update up there. But you know, not such an issue. Hang on, let me get that taken care of because it doesn't need to be up. Hey, Melons, why are you being slow? Here we go. And let's get the overlay refigured out. Super okay. And countdown, we can just turn that right off. There we go. Okay. Done. Updated. We've already talked to Miss Isabel, so... Oh, okay, and now we have little tips and stuff? So... Oh, and we're gonna... dive, chase after the shadows, try to catch it. So, I mean, I've been playing for a really long time, but for Sean specifically, hey Steph, I think new players that's gonna be super nice to have. How's it going? Are you liking the new update? Oh my goodness. Right? Just so happy right now. And my dad was epic and was like, yeah, I'll be over tomorrow, I'll grab the boys. I'm like, you're the best, thank you. I just want to play my game or hang out with my friends. So good. So happy. So many 10. Excite. It's a James in the chat. Hello, James. Welcome to the weirdness. And and to follow. Thank you. Thank you. How's your morning, James? Well, I guess it's not morning for you anymore because you're on East Coast time. It's still morning for me. I don't know. I think okay. I need to have. I guess I need to have a ridiculous amount of bells before going to Harbs. So I have a ridiculous amount of bells, but really quick, I want to go and see the new Miles items. So the DLC will unlock midnight your local time, from what I understand, and you can't time travel and unlock it. It's silly, but I also understand. So, sub from Expecto. Go, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. So much. Yay. Oh, apparently I didn't check my Nook stuff yesterday and get my miles. Whoopsies. Okay. We gotta see this. because like I oh my gosh, new fences. Oh, I want to see your NES. Oh no. Okay, the bamboo fence is cute, and I think I want to use that a lot over at Zucker's. I don't have enough miles for this. I'm just gonna see all the things. I know normally, cause I stream after the boys go to bed. So, but I got my dad to take the boys today, so I could just hang out and play Animal Crossing and hang out with my friends. So this is what we're doing today. Okay, Imperial Fence. Okay. Okay, so these are the items. Here we are. Here we are. Fire hydrant, cute. Cute. Got the yellow one. Round street light. Right. Oh, it's cute. Oh, also cute. Also very cute. Okay. Good. Okay, I'm gonna find some uses for that. The crosswalk signal, that's for like the city core peeps. Curve street light is cute. Very good. Real time. I got the white flower bed. Okay, but luckily a lot of this stuff is customizable if you take it to what's his face? Blue Llama. Reese. Yours is brick. I think there's a black one. I saw that in somebody's blue plastic bench. Polytarp blue. Trade me. Oh. Oh, it makes sense because I've got the blue chairs. Okay. Okay, I've got the white party lights. Ooh. Very cute. Ooh. Wow. That's a look. Okay, round topiary, sandbox. Oh, I got the bronze. I got the bronze. Yours is pink. Ooh. I'm good. No, it's okay. You can get them customized by Reese over on Harv's once we look at. Oh, okay. So I'm getting the green ones of these apparently. Green volleyball net. Oh, cute windmill actually. Parabolic, park fountains. Oh, I've got the white pergola. Buddy, look out. Oh, that's super cute. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, my face is kind of covering this hodeb. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, that's really cute. Also cute. Ooh, actually, Minius Terith vibes. Minius Terith vibes, and I'm not mad at it at all. Oh boy. Giant inflatable elephant. Okay. Oh, I got the okay, green chain. Good. Oh, it's real cute. It looks like I pretty much just got like the green and gold, which I'm not I'm actually pretty okay with that. That's actually really cute. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's 5,000 though. Okay, I'm not gonna go completely crazy town banana pants on these yet. Yeah, all that remains the same. Okay, not gonna go crazy town banana pants. Oh, you want to compare my? Yeah, right. It's like, ooh, who has what? Supposed to, yeah, for trade. Yeah, we should. Okay, so seasonal. Oh no. Oh, let's more of those. Oh, I totally forgot. Okay, I want. Okay, hold up. She's spending money, and I love the marigold thing for Dios de los Muertos. Oh, I'm having trouble. Having trouble speaking because it's all so cute. Okay, I will. Hello, Dan. How's it going? Thanks for popping in a chat. I get to hang out with my East Coast friends because they're actually awake right now. It's so nice. Tia, I saw you exercising at 8 a.m. in this plaza, madam. Look at you just getting. No, she's just hitting the weights today. Look at her. No, I do not. I have a lot of holly shrubs. I put holly shrubs everywhere. I have so many. See this is? Look at this. Oh, it's so Christmassy. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, Captain Tools. Ugh. Okay, there's so many things. There's so many things. Yeah, I have a few available. A few. Ugh. All right, all right, all right, all right. Harv's first. Harv's first. I think yeah. Captain took me to a Holly Island too last night. I don't know. I think the first one, is just gonna be like within your season. I think that's just so like there was holly shrubs, there was my native flower which was roses, and then my um native fruit which was cherries. So I think that's what happens with everybody. Right though. We're gonna go to Harv's because he's got people and I've got bills to burn. Oh, let's just roll. Here we go. Brita! What is camera poltergeist? Big hugs. Oh, I've still got the witch hats on my emojis. I might just keep that forever because it's adorable. Hey, thanks, Wilbur. That was an interesting dialogue. Happy birthdays! Birthdays! Look. Oh, okay. They're driving me now. Okay. Oh, rude. Camera poltergeist. Switching all of the things. The hug was given. Yay! So you get the little note I sent you? I did. Well, you must have since you're here. I'm so excited to share this with you. This right here is going to be the heart of our new collective. I really put my soul into this. Oh, he's definitely high. He's like 1,000% super duper high. But he's a good dude. You know, I'm having camera troubles here. We're indecisive and the poltergeist is messing with us. Had plenty of help from all kinds of folk along the way. Like my old pal Harriet here. Hi Harriet. We go way back. You can call her Hattie for short if you want. So cute. They most certainly cannot call me that, Harv. Only you can call me that. Oh, okay. Don't call Harriet Hattie. I envision in the heart of the moment a central plaza filled with co-ops. What's a co-op? Alrighty then. This is ooh, 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 ooh. The bot post in chat can't be here because the whole time because I stream so heckin' late. Not today. Oh goodness. Thank you, Dan, for the follow. Appreciate you. It's just heart vomit. I love it. This is the business part where it gets kind of ugly. Listen, don't be ashamed. of asking for money for your services, even if you're an art. Don't be the starving artist. We're not going to play that. Co-op can't build itself without a cooperation, and I think the best idea is to have a little fundraiser. Every time we raise enough capital, co-op will get one going. Golly, did I just say capital? It's all good, Harvey. You're doing great. You're doing fine. It was beautiful. It was well done. Thank you. Good morning, Wonder Woman. A little bit at a time, every little bit helps. Leave it to me. Yeah, Chris was saying that YouTube is going to start implementing like more and more streaming stuff. Like there's going to be like gifted memberships and stuff here pretty soon. Ooh, you can lyric. Fun. So I might start streaming, like simulcasting, because I will probably end up migrating, depending on how things go, migrating entirely back over to YouTube. But having it simulcast would make a lot of sense. So we'll see how it goes. I have the hiccups now because I'm so excited. Ooh, I'm good. Well, thanks for lurking, Wonder Woman. Lloyd. Oh, good Lord, I have to check all the gyroids. Okay. Okay. Vegan pumpkin gnocchi. Hell yeah. It's because the bear stole your milk. The bear I posted it in the Discord. A bear got on our porch last night and chewed through the milk jug that was on the porch so it would stay cold. I've never known a bear that knew how to do this. Hello, Clexin? Sean? Hello? Good morning. Okay. I think Leaf is in one of these back ones. Botany. I got it first go. I got it first go. Thirsty Bear. Yeah, he made a huge mess on the porch. When Papa got here, he was like, we had to like rinse off the porch and stuff. 100,000 bells for these things. Ugh. Yeah, if it's the bear, I think it is, because we see his picture floating around in like local Facebook groups. They are yeah, they are kind of with this, I'm just trying to finish my island and gonna live my best farm girl life. That's all I got right now. That's why we're getting Leaf first, because I want Leaf. Oof, yikes. Reached our donation goal. Okay, so how many of these are there? That's 1, 2. There's one over here, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 700,000. So I gotta bring another 6 over, I guess. Oh, it's gonna be so much money. Okay, open tomorrow. So clawed pigs. Yeah, pretty much. They're just, yeah. If it's the bear that I think it is, he's like real fat and happy, and he's probably done this before. Like he knows that those things contain milk. Like that's my guess. Oh, so much money. What kind of food did I get? I think everybody gets the same. And then if you go to Nook's Cranny, they have another small set of recipes. So this is all I have so far, which is not bad. It's real cute, like the wakame soup, excuse you, and the grilled bass. That's another one. Apparently, if you fish for sea creatures, you'll get more sea creature recipes, kind of like you did with like the trash, like when you fish trash out. Stock market. Yeah, I'm gonna be periodically checking my turnip prices because I know all y'all are gonna need some help. But this is why we wanted to get Leaf because I want to get the crops for this ASAP. I got brown sugar cupcakes. Those are adorable. Carrot cake pancakes, and then you get a smoothie that is your native fruit. So I have a cherry smoothie, which I actually did make, but we're gonna experiment a little bit with that. First, though, I'm just gonna go get a giant stack of cash. Um, go for liquidation? What does this mean? Oh, like deliver home? Go for liquidation? Oh. Oh, he'll take stuff off me? Okay. Okay. No, we're just gonna go home. Trainwreck Mint Ice Cream is reporting Tango surfing is a go. Good lord. Wilbur. Yeah, we're gonna I freaking love the dodos. They're so good. Yeah. So there's now a stock market channel in the Discord. So if I get good prices, I'll post it. Train rank mint ice cream. I feel like there would be gum bleeding dangers in there from all the shrapnel. You thought razors and Halloween candy were bad. You've never had train wreck shrapnel in your ice cream. Oh wait, okay, hang on. Would order. Dan is down for gum bleeding goodness. Okay, green bamboo fence. All right, Toby. Okay, we're probably gonna also move Toby out because I need to move in a different amiibo villager. I think I've got all of the sisterly reactions, so we might not move in a sisterly. But we haven't had a peppy villager in a hot minute, so we might do that. You got Twinkie ice cream this week? Excuse you. Yes. I was like this close to that last loan. Like, well, uh, okay, I'm just gonna pull out 7 just in case I miscounted. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. Right, apparently. Okay. Uh. Oh yeah, weird vegan. Oh, Ruby. That's so cute. I'm down to try like good vegan food. Like that'd be okay with me because there's reasons. It's kind of hard to find like really good vegan food. At least up here it is. I don't know why. Yeah, so excess bells get shoved into your pockets like that. So you can't like put it away in your wallet. You're just gonna have it in your and it takes up an inventory slot per yeah. uh, I'm sure it's good if that's I mean, yeah, sure. Time for takeoff. Yeah, and that's when buying turnips in bulk becomes kind of tedious because you have to buy them like as you have empty slots in your inventory, and it gets and so you have to buy them in bunches because your whole inventory is just filled with bags of bills. It's fine. We're just gonna go. We're investing in a new startup, so we have to have the cash. It's totally not a scam. It's fine, guys. Okay, say hi to mom. This is important. Veganism is a hard concept for a native. Also, like, probably not super good. Uh, okay, watch them be like, no, you can only do this once a day. Dang it. It's all time locked. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Whatever. It's all time locked and I'm very impatient. Alright, get me out of here, Wilbur. Crazy hippies taking my bells and then not letting me give them more money. Just one. They wanna go home. I should have known better. I got my hopes up for a second. It was like, oh, maybe this won't be time locked. No. I forgot what game I'm playing. This is Animal Crossing. Everything's locked. Yeah, right? He's like, no. Get your filthy capitalism out of here. Time travel.
Time travel.
Oh. Filthy time traveler over here. I'm keeping the witch hats year round because that's freaking adorable. I love that. Ugh. Thanks for the biddies, Sean. Also DIYs up for grabs. I posted all of these in the Discord, so if y'all need DIYs. Speaking of, I need to go and check my beach for my beach for DIYs. Oh, and I forgot that I was in the middle of this is more money is sitting on my island that I just can't be bothered. God. And my beach is still fucked up. Okay. Oh, mushroom. It's mushroom season. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Okay, so here, hang on. Get distracted. Oh no, I don't have my fishing pole on me because I put it away yesterday because I was like, It's too much of a scrub.
It's okay. You can be my friend. It's all good.
Yo, being all cute. Yo, what's up? Oh, that's right, because I've been time traveling, and so I feel bad. Okay, so it's not on that beach. Yeah, beach. Okay. CJ, I'm not doing that right now. Scour away on Mariposa. Choices were made. I was just yeeted it out of my pockets. Oh, that's right. And if you go over here, you can do the stretching with them, which is stinking adorable. I need to build a bridge here to just... I need to reconfigure this so I can build a bridge here. Because this is getting a little tedious. It's a little persnickety. And, okay, I have so many shells on the beach and I need to pick them up and sell them and... Right? It's really cute. Okay, here we go. Yay! It's really cute. You can stretch with your villagers, and Brewster will even come out of the roost and do stretches with you, which is adorable. I think I already have this. Oh, I don't have the pansy crown? Family is good. We moved in with my grandma because our landlord was selling the house we were living in, and yeah, so she was very gracious and let us just like zip in here while we figure out next steps. So we're hanging out, and family is good, doing awesome. And what else? What else are we doing? Joe has recovered very, very nicely. He's got his colon out, and now he's feeling just so much better. He's yeah, he's back. He's feeling so good and so much better. He learned how to use the God. So yeah, it's been really nice. Oh, heaven. Can you just... Why did I do this to myself? It looks cute as... Oh, no. Stuck. I'm not actually stuck, but... Feels like it. Yeet. Okay, here we go. Look at these little beans. Ugh. Okay. Gonna go grab... I think there's a fossil over in Eric's yard. And then... I saw that during the load screen. And then... Oh, I think I have to water these. I think I have to water the gyroids in order for them to, like, the thing. Oh, wait, there's smoke coming out of them now. What? What is happening? Okay. So that's how you know you've done a good with your gyroids, I guess. They start smoking, apparently. I know, it's okay. I just have more of those fire hydrant flaily guys buried in there to grow more of them. Because just Animal Crossing shit. I don't know. It's all very odd. Okay, so that's fossil number 5. So there's one more somewhere. Eric, oh, I know you're a lazy boy, but look at this. Do you see what this man has let his yard get to? Yeah, smooth. I love having Eric, but I might see if I can't kick him out. And because I have 2 lazies and I need other personalities. I also have multiple normal villagers right now, and but I don't want to get rid of Tia, and we can never get rid of Marina or Mermaid Princess. It's just not going to happen. Not in a million years. I did check Nooks, and there was a ceiling item in there already. It was like a really pretty chandelier thing. Not for me, but it was still really pretty. So we do have ceiling items, and I got like this super cute, I got the super cute meal set that's like, it's like a veggie plate. It's got like a little cup of soup, and it's super adorable, and I'm very excited about it. I am all about all of this. This update is, oh gosh. Speaking of, let's go crazy town banana pants. Are those guys still, yeah, they're still smoking. Okay. Yikes. Board group has been called. Okay, goodbye. Have a safe flight. Thanks for popping in. Oh, okay. All right, and there's the time turning over. Oh. I just realized I had everything was muted this whole time. Whoops. Super sorry. Don't know why I was muted. Don't know why I did that. Okay, now we actually have sound. This is far preferable probably to the sucking silence that was just happening, like anytime I was not talking. Super sorry about that. Maybe should switch to having the lo-fi music playing anyway, just for funsies. Oh my goodness, there's more mushrooms. I thought I only got like 5 mushrooms a day. And maybe, okay. Okay. More mushrooms. I picked up way, like so many this morning. Okay. I am ready to make mushroom gratin. It's going to be delicious. About it. Very excited. Okay. Now we're going to plant money tree. Because we're back on the grind for bells as usual. It's just, this is just how this is going to go. Okay. Oh, good lord. This is a mess. Look at this. She's a mess. What's happening? Okay. One last one. Don't know where it is though. Maybe it's just up by the museum. And I think a Nook Miles thing, bonus miles thing, is to get. No, you're good. You are good. Don't apologize. I mean, you're also working from home, so like, go do what you need to do. It's all good. I'm just chilling. We're just having a super chill day. Yeah, Finley's doing pretty great. Okay. Dang it. Where is, oh, was I just completely ruined my mums. Fantastic. Oh, Eric. Hi, bud. What's up? Conductor's jacket. What's up? Sure. It's probably not great, but it's not cursed. Who says you thought you were gonna? That's so cute. Shooting. Where? Oh, I bet. Is it up on? I have so many paths that there's only like a few places that these can spawn right now. It might be up here. Fossil. That would be a negative. Hurt. Yeah, it's not out here. Great. So this is gonna sit next to the water is all stinking cute. Oh. No. Shoot. Oh! We have to go to Abel's because new clothing stuff. We have to go to Abel's now. Getting distracted. We can't time travel forward because we need to do a Mystery Island tour with... Oh, look, Marita's here. We have to do a Mystery Island tour with Captain because you can only do one of those a day. That fedora is cute as hell. Excuse you? I'm pretty sure that's my hat. Pardon me? That's adorable. What in the world? Oh no, this is just all. I hadn't seen the diner uniform. Okay. Excuse you. Yes. Oh no, I do have the I have the red fedora. No, it's okay. I forgot. Cause those are cute as heck. Wingtips. Okay. We will. No, I'm not going to wear that, but I'll just have it in my inventory. But at this, also cute. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Lee! Hello. Okay, I gotta go do my captain tour. And then, I'm gonna time travel forward. You can only do one of the shops a day on Harb's Island, and I should have known, because that's just Animal Crossing shit, but, like, at the same time, right. It was like 2 days of just like, and then they dropped this, and I was like, okay, my Discord is blowing up because of good, not sad. Okay, this is better. This is so much better. Okay, I need to move these. Actually, it works because I put away my fishing rod like a weirdo. Oh, fart. Be that way. Fine. Okay. Now we have a fishing rod. She's a mess. Do you see her? She is a mess. Oh no, I can't go with all this crap in my pockets. What am I doing? Good lord. Just drop it. I'm just gonna drop a bunch of money on the beach. It's a pirate island. It's fine. This just feels weird. It feels really weird to just like throw money on the beach. Help. Help me. Hey Dobie, you don't mind that I'm using your front yard as a bank, do you, my dude? Is this chill with you? Alright, see, he's chill with it. It's good, it's fine. How is your morning or afternoon, Lee? I'm having an existential crisis over digital money. It's fine. It's fine. Normal. Okay, last thing is I'm gonna throw that on my tool ring instead of the gold. There we go. Makes more sense. Makes more sense. Okay, Captain! You ready to take a tour? Round trip fare cost you 1,000 miles. Oh, this is gonna get expensive. Lee! Thank you for the resub. Whew! Why is that there? Why is that like that? That is wrong. I need to fix that. We're gonna have to do some mile grinding. We're gonna hang out with our drink with our Red Bull and just listen to a sea shanty now. I'm getting fishing on the Dushka with my dad vibes. I know. I want more Kappa villagers because the Kappa Oni is just so interesting. Oh, also, just clap, 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 clap. If you hit A, you could clap. Just so you know. You can also, like, clap along to the song. It's so cute. Okay, so... Okay. This is interesting. Got more holly. Cucumbers and mayo. Do I I know this? I think I already know this one. Oh, I don't? Really? Oh, no, this is... No, I don't... Oh, how do I not know this one? Oh, well. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. Huh. Alright. Well, last night we absolutely destroyed the island that Brewster was on, so I don't see why we shouldn't do the same thing to this one. Don't mind me, just wrecking ecologies of entire islands all in one fell swoop. Just normal shit. And then leaving and never coming back. Ugh. This is what we do when we go to Mystery Island. We just destroy them. Wait. Okay, this is the same layout, same everything as the one we found Brewster on, so that's interesting. Okay. This is how we Mystery Island tour around here. 0 fucks given. Just destroy. Oh goodness. So Lee, what have you gotten unlocked so far? What is next? What you doing next? Ooh, thank goodness, Money Rock. Because, you know, we needed more money. Well, actually, we kind of do because, oh my gosh. It's all going to be so expensive. And I was planning on, like, grinding, like, hardcore grinding last night on stream. And then, surprise, it's out! So... I know for me, like, one of the biggest things is getting back into actually checking turnip prices every day. Like, gonna help everybody like grind out those bells on the turnip stock market. Like, nuts. I wonder if the bear is back. You're like, did you bring more snakes? I wonder if the bear's back. Dog is losing his Skittles. Buzzed. What's up? Ah, okay. Discord. Oh, is this? Yeah, that's gonna be tricky. It's gonna. There we go. What? Yes, because my kids are at the Papa's and I just want to make sure everybody's chill. Why? Sean! Stop being a salty beach. Of course I know how. I got my new Apple Watch. I can text on this thing. Look at this. This is amazing. So happy. The Series 7 is freaking awesome. Then again, I was running around with the Series 2 for forever, and my Series 2 was freaking awesome.
Red left turn red.
John's being salty because I had ish going on in my life. You okay? Okay. You're looking kind of tired. I love you, Sean. You know I love you. Are you back for the day? No? Okay. Woo! Yes. It does. Got you new headphones? So exciting. I'll take them. Disappointed because he accidentally got the all blacks, and I was like, I'll take all black headphones. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, that's pretty. I did not want to get over ears again because like they squeeze my head. Yeah. Right. Right? Sean. Cherry tart recipe! Excuse you. It's adorable. What, Joe? I think, Sean, are you working from home today?
Oh, yeah, so calm.
I got another gyroid! Oh, we're just gonna knock these right out, not even a problem. Okay, did I get... Oh, yeah? Oh! Gathering ingredients. Oh! Oh boy. Okay, so we're gonna get miles for cooking. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody look out. At work. He is at work. Just lurking, just hanging out. Gotta do something. Yes, Gus. Hi, puppy. Oh, are you under desk surfing for snacks? This dog picked up on, after the boys are done eating, getting under the table and cleaning up, he picked up on that real quick. He was like, ah, yes, children drop a lot of food. It's really nice because we didn't have a dog doing that and there would just be food under our table at our old house because I'm like, oh, the dog will clean it up. And it's just like something that's always in my brain. Well, we didn't have a dog.
Oh, we got there's a Gus around, so
He's such a good boy. He really, really wants to eat my hand, though. Not gonna happen. Good lord. Poor puppy. What is he trying to do? Oh. Oh, have I been on for an hour? Oh yeah, it's been an hour. Okay, so that means that it is in fact time for a bio break. So we're gonna get up, we're gonna do some stretches, we're gonna get our waters filled, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. Does not matter. Okay, you need the white one? Okay, I will order you the white one ASAP, Steph. stuck on your chat? Wow, that's weird. So just real quick. So, gonna play some songs and we're gonna be back in 5. So here we go. I hope that we'll do that every hour today, because otherwise I will forget and I'll probably have to set a timer. Okay, here we go. Oh. No, we cannot play that. That is not how this works. That was copyright. That's not good. Okay, here we go. Very weird. Okay, bio break. Okay. I gotta figure out if that's actually gonna go off every hour. I think probably just gonna set a timer on my phone to recur the hour. I think that will work much better. Okay. Here we go. Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doo. We back. I guess we switched to that while we were looking at stuff on the Nookstop. Okay. Almost done raiding this island. But bio breaks are very important. We gotta make sure we remember to take them. So I'll just make sure that stays on and repeating. So when am I? Is this a Thursday? When am I? What time? I don't know anymore. Literally just leaving flowers and everything. It's Friday? Oh, it's Friday for you. You're in the future. What's the future like? Yeah, so that's a holly bush, and you can get those from Leaf when he comes and visits, or when you unlock him. You did make me look, thank you. I was like, wait, what? What? You definitely made me look. This is great. There's a lot of fish here. Let's see if we can get anything at all. Ooh, okay. For serious? Oh shoot! Oh no! Oh my gosh! I've got to stop spazzing out. Oh! That was really cute. Really mad at me, but only a little. Good lord. Okay. I think... Yes, we have left it in shambles, so we can move on. Okay, bye. Okay. Let's roll. Let's roll, my man. Back to Neverland, eh? Remember that there's no return in here later. Do you have all your booty? Oh, don't worry, Captain. It's been done. Your step as you hop on. Holy, here he is. He's thinking about cucumbers and mayo. Yes. Good Japanese, like Japanese mayo hits different. Oh. It's adorable. That's adorable. That's the best. Cucumbers and mayo. Kewpie mayo is delicious. And I need to figure out how, I need to like learn how to make homemade Japanese mayo. And I think it just has dashi in it, and that's why it's super different and amazeballs. Okay, so hi Dobie, love you. Sorry about leaving the mess in your yard. do have to empty my pockets before I come back and clean up. I'll be back, my man. Big whoops. Okay. Gonna empty the pockets and then we're gonna time travel forward. If my timing was better, we could have done this during the bio break so you didn't have to sit through a loading screen. What? Oh, Steph, my girl, you have. Oh. Okay, cannot forget to get you your white. Oh, look at all these. White flower bed. White flower bed. Got you. I got you. Ditch this. Order the flower bed. See, look. I made cherry juice. I made a cherry smoothie. You see this? You can't, like, hold it and walk around with it, which I think is ridiculous, but here we go. Ta-da! It's so cute. It's so pretty. Anyway, I just thought that was worth it. You're finally home. Yay! Oh no, we gotta plant that ish. Oh, and I need to. I didn't see it at the Nook stop. The ATM. I need to go find the ATM and the little storage thing so that we can out. Oh my gosh. Are you for cereal right now? Ooh, dang. Ah. Yeah, because I need to... Shoot. Oh, how many? Okay. Okay, well, this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Dang. Okay, there's gotta be, I mean, do I have enough boba tea? Answer is no. No, I do not. I have a lot of pumpkins, too. And Uchiwa fans. Okay, maybe... Dumb struggles, but they're struggles! Don't wanna... Okay. Why do I have so many I have a lot of manila clams. Okay, gotta turn those into fish bait, because they're just gonna sit here and take up a slot like this. Hang on to the summer shells. These are all sea snails. Okay. Woo! $10. Calories, giant clams, sand dollar. Oh gosh. I got a lot of crap. I'm not... Oh my fucking... Okay, we're not giving up the boba teas though. Not yet anyway. Because I don't think that Red is giving them away at his kiosk. So... I have to get a lot of, we're gonna be playing the stock market super hard because I need to get this house upgraded and get those storage upgrades because the biggest upgrade is 5,000. So, and luckily after the 2.4 million, the storage upgrades are fairly cheap. Like, oh, so many bells. We're gonna have to We're gonna all have to be checking like our stock markets a lot. I have the thing to do that, so I have like the prediction thing in the Animal Crossing app, which really helps because you can be like, oh, it's gonna be purple. I got like an okay little spike and that pushed me over 2 million, and that was super duper helpful as it turns out. Okay. Storage. Okay, now these are Sahara tickets, and why do I have Bell vouchers? Okay. I have Bell vouchers, apparently, so. Okay, we're gonna. Tia's cooking. What? Okay. Oh, so many pumpkins. Yeah, I need to decrease my pumpkin production ASAP because it's ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, pockets are full. Okay. This is something we're just gonna have to. We're gonna have to go deal with this real quick. We're gonna go sell, analyze fossils, sell, buy stuff or thing. Potato potage? Like cream of potato soup? Holy buckets. That's so adorable. Okay. Okay. Fossils. Focus. Pains popping on my head. Trying to get my ADHD as the focus. Blathers! Sorry to wake you up so early. You're good! Don't worry about it! Thanks for popping in as you can. Good morning, Blathers. Oh, huh? What? I want poster. No, I don't. Thank you. Oh, posters. Excuse you. Oh, we have to buy the posters? Oh my gosh. I mean, Blathers never asks you for money, so this is the it's fine. You have a poster? Hi, Chris. Are the fossils? The fossils? This, yeah, because the fossil is like the dinosaurs are the only thing that I have completed so far. One, please. Chris is playing Stardew. I love he's using a siphon though. Siphon coffee is pretty great. Can I get Brewster Cold Brew? 6 a.m. again? Good Lord. It's so cute. Thank you very much, good sir. I don't even know how much we all needed you. So we'll do some amiibo stuff maybe later. Apparently I have a little bit of a storage issue. Oh, fart. And, well, we're about to get that one. That's gonna be a cool 1,000 miles. Small tasks from endless to-do list is addictive. It is. It really, really is. Stardew is great, though. The pergola! Ah! We have to post what colors you have, so if we need to trade, we can trade. Because I have the white one with the yellow flowers, which is cute, but pirate aesthetic. Okay, now we're gonna go sell our ish. Get a lot of bells. The bell grind is real. Hi, Tia! Oh, and we can just real quick check what's in the store. We'll do turnip prices too, just in case. Might be something good. You never know. It's dark with the hanging wisteria. I will trade you. I will. I will. Yes. I love the wisteria flowers. Turnip prices, please. Are you kidding me right now? Well, I've got 500 bells right now for turnips. Does anybody have turnips right now? Don't get turnip. It's before noon on Sundays. That's when you have to check. She will not be there in the afternoon. She leaves at Daisy May. She leaves. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Okay. Well, it's fine. I will hold this price. I will hold this price. Go buy turnips. Get your butt here. Sean, go to Sunday, buy turnips, and I will open my gates. Yeah, go, but you can be in Sunday and come to my island and come and get it. I don't have turnips right now, but I will give y'all the hookup. I'm down. You're at work? No! Stupid work is getting in the way of Animal Crossing. Sold! The small Tanuki boy. Okay. Woo! Okay, let me grab these.
She sells at the Nook shop.
Oh, okay, and if we do stretching, then we get some miles too. They're like gonna push those new features with the miles. Okay. Lee, do you have turnips? If not, go get some and I will open my gates. I got 500. Hang on, I'm actually gonna post. Shoot. Past noon, that's not gonna... Okay. It's only 15 minutes until noon on this. So hang on. I'm gonna roll my clock back a couple hours, but I'm not gonna go past 5. So, okay. So hang on. We're gonna roll it back. We're gonna double check. This is the 3rd. Okay. Stay in Sunday and you can still come to my island and it will be okay. Just stay on Sunday. Don't let them rot. So if you go backward, they will definitely rot. Instant rot. Yeah, exactly. So get on, like, just go to Sunday and and then I'll just immediately open my gates and you can just zip on over. Like, not even an issue. So yeah, just stay on Sunday and then come and get your bag. I can't take advantage of it, so y'all better. Yes, you're good. I don't know why. It works though. Okay, so this is on the 3rd, so I'm gonna put this. Sometimes you have to look really closely. Yeah, because Red's a skeevy booger. Tricksy little hobbits is. I know. I know. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Okay, I'm just gonna go double check. This guy's squeaky puppy. Joe, did you finish your food? In the zone. Okay, I'm double checking, because if I just fuck this up, I'm gonna be really mad. I don't think I did. Hello, Nooklings. Turnip prices, my boys. They know now when you do that, don't they? I'm glad I double checked. Don't buy, don't. They know when you roll it back now, don't they? Like. Shoot. That's annoying. I'm mad. We're gonna keep an eye on it though. Steph, I will just real quick go and send you the thing. Let me grab it. Foiled again. Curses! Because it was gonna be like 15 minutes and then the price was gonna change. Okay. We have a channel in my Discord for the shenanigans. I forget how to use Bell Voucher. Okay. Flower bed. Flower bed. I don't think so. No. It's reset its brain already. I wish. That would be really nice. Let me do the pergola 2. I'll send you that. I know, super bummer. Use were uber low. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. It'll be okay. Okay, and that gets sent in the mail. How do I use bell vouchers again? I have 9 of them for whatever reason. It's worth 3,000 bells. Oh, I do sell them at Nooks. Okay. Okay, 3,000. Okay, so that's a lot. 27. No. Good lord. 86, yeah. I have a feeling the time travel is gonna make him real bad. Oh, 86, yeah. Yes. I'm... Oh, what? Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. And try to keep it within the margin so that it's not like, oh, you have 15 minutes. I feel so bad. Okay, so gonna jump forward to tomorrow because we want to go and see Leaf and I want to start planting stuff. So we're gonna save and jump forward. Oh, because I want to get that whole thing opened up over there, and oof, gonna be spendy. Yeah, we're just gonna hop in right at 8. Just to have a cool 4 hours. We're gonna hop in at 8 and then we'll hop in at like 1 o'clock. Double check prices. I'm so mad. Gonna drink it. Oh? I'm good. Okay. If I blip, guys, I'm real sorry.
Yes.
There's a cast? Yes. Yeah, I was watching somebody go through. They have already data mined the all of the items. And that was one of the ones that was on there. It was pretty funny. Caffeinated sparkling water is the best because there's no sugar in it. It's just caffeine, which is what matters. You know, sticking sugar with my caffeine.
Morning, Isabel.
Oh. 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 Alright then. Campsite. It's like a leg cast. Yeah, it's super funny. If you can only wear it on one leg, which I think you can, like, that's pretty cool. Okay. Checking my mail. Okay. Hello. We're very popular today. Hello. Good morning. Hello, Judy. Oh. Okay. Look, mileage program. Fuck it. Whoops. It's so funny. Oh wait, no. What are you doing? He's doing the woo-woos. Thanks, Steph. Thank you so much. You're very sweet. Okay, I love you. Have a good day. He can come in and hang out if he's gonna. Uh-huh. Did you throw away your trash and stuff? Okay. Ooh, that's a pretty one. Oh, Steph. You're so sweet. Okay, I will make sure to get this to you ASAP. Okay, and then here's the thing from Harvey, so we can... Okay, let's open up packages! It's just as exciting as getting Amazon packages, like, let's be honest. Okay. Pergola. Flower bed. Pergola. Oh, I already ordered the pergola. And... Alright. Hello. Funny puppy. Alright, let's go see who's in here. Just for kicks and giggles. We might run away screaming. Fine. Doggo. Who is in here? It's Phoebe! Hello, madam. The Phoenix Ostrich. Oh, thanks. Oh, she's so cute. Okay, bye. You're very cute. You're like Klaus? Yikes. Okay, we're not gonna do fossil just yet. Oh my goodness. Okay. Buried the gyroid. I hope I can. It's like. Okay, looks like I can't. Hey, no, out, puppy. Good boy. You cannot go under there. It's not for you. I'm really worried it'll like turn off my like my power strip. Then it's just like stream comes crashing down. Oh, Marina's out for a walk, doing her thing. Okay. First, shipments. We have packages to send our friends. Then we're gonna check the stinking prices again. So mad. Oh, this isn't what I want to do. Sorry, my dude. I need to send a card. My future's to Steph. Okay. Wait. Fall picnic. It's so cute. So cute. I'm gonna die. Like I said, you a little hard too, cause it's adorable. Okay, pergola. Oh wait, hang on. I just realized I don't know which is which now, because I have the one from you and then I have the one. Oh shoot. Okay, so I actually have to figure that out. I have to throw them down. I just realized that wasn't me ordering it twice. It was one of them was from you and then the other one was from the Nook Stop. Oh no! I've messed up. I should not have done that. Okay. Hang on. Hold on. We're gonna just do this real quick. Yeet. Okay, so this one, this is the one I'm sending. So is this one. Okay, cool. So we're gonna just see what this looks like. Oh, yes! Okay. Oh, wait, not the... Oh, that's cute. I actually don't mind the brick that much. Oh, shoot. It's also weird that, like... Oh, I'm on the struggle bus. 106. Oh. Yeah, that's stinking adorable. Okay, perfect. Okay, I will send these right over. The dryer's done. Yeah, 106 is not super great. You'll have the door open. Yeah, sorry. It's so cute. I can't even. Okay. Where are you? Okay, here goes. Shio ramen. I cannot. So cute. Clean up my background. Actually, I'm gonna get like sheer curtains to put up. It's just like, nothing to see here. I want. I actually have my favorite kimchi ramen upstairs, which next bio break, I'm gonna go make that for lunch. Which, Lee, if you see... Pay no attention to the kiddo behind the curtain. If y'all see a colorway that you guys like, let me know and I'll snack it. We can trade or, like, do whatever. Let me know what y'all have, because, like, we can trade back and forth. I'm down with this. It's fine. Oh, I shouldn't have done the same card twice. Ah, except it's just so dang cute. So dang cute. It's 4 p.m. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. There you go. Yay. I have all the fair stuff that I have. It's all green and gold, like the green and bronze in the Nook Miles shop. Yeah. Like that's all the fair stuff that I have. And then I have the bronze, 3 lantern posts with the banners, which is like pretty cool. Okay. I just have the cherry juice still in my or the cherry smoothie still in my pocket. I'm like, ah, this is cool. Oh no, I am gonna go to Harbs Island again. We're gonna go talk to Leaf. And we're gonna go pay off another shop, I guess. Meatloaf! You're good. You're good. I wanna fly. Judy! That's adorable. We're gonna go hard. We're good. I got a smoothie in my pocket and everything. Is that gonna be okay with TSA? I don't think Dodo has TSA. That might be for the best. Be extinct. Except in Animal Crossing, apparently. I love the Dodo boys. They're so funny. Oh. farts. Leave. Oh, wait. Should we get a Hesdid? We might have to get a Hesdid. Hang on, we gotta go talk to Leaf first. Look at his little caravan trailer. It's so cute. Hi, Leaf. I already know Leaf. He and I are good buddies. Like, I buy stuff from him all the time. Yeah, see? Happy little plants and seeds. Oh. Yes, I will. I'm about to buy this man's stock. Excuse you. Oh my goodness. Okay, what you got, my man? Wait. I'm here to shop, my dude. Harv is something else, let me tell you. Well, that's right, in addition to flowers, produce starts. I'm good, I'm kind, I'm fine. I'm fine. Watering them daily. Okay. Okay, what do you got? Oh, today? Do I have to check back? Okay, so I got the, okay. I think those are 15. Lots of 15, so. Oh, and he's got the hibiscus bush right now, so. Oh goodness. Okay, so this is gonna be a process to get everything. I think what I have is 15. We are gonna buy all the things. I'm very happy about this. Oh my goodness. Ah! I need 15 of these too, my good sir. My beautiful sloth friend. He's just so cute with his eyeliner. Is that my Switch? Oh yeah, my Switch sounds like a MacBook. How many did I buy? I'll probably need to buy it. Okay. If I bought too many, who cares? Can I send these to my friends? I think that's good. Yeah, okay. I have 15 of each. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, who's next, I guess? Who do we want to bring in next? Maybe Red's raffle is a thing, and I don't think he sells art. Maybe we want this. Okay, so this is the llamas, and they're gonna be for the custom. Oh, wait! Hang on, people have actually been donating? That's way more than like for the bridges and crap. So this is Tortimer. Wait a second. Oh, hang on. Okay. What have you got going on, my friend? What is this? Oh, okay, so this is Sahara. Okay. And then who's this? Oh! This is what's her name? The Panther. Oh my goodness. Okay, nobody's done for the. Okay. I'm very tempted, but I think Reese would be, I think the llamas would be better. I think this is where Red's gonna be. Legitimate. Okay, so he does sell art. Ooh. Shoot. I think we're gonna have to do Red. We're gonna have to get that Kitsune over here. Trixie Fox. Because I need a lot of help with my art exhibit right now. Like, it's bad. I'm blowing my savings. Okay. Hello, madam. Please. Yes, please. You're amazing. Okay, do I? Oh, she just goes. I don't have... All right. It's actually... I actually kind of like it. That was actually super cute. Okay, we'll keep this for a minute. What in the world? Oh, okay. Can I do this? Can I do it again, or? Oh, okay. I can only do it once a day. So there we go. Okay, so there's another thing we can do. We'll just come over and get the... It's random. Hello. How are you? Okay, we can go put away all of those bells on our beach because... Right here. That was very... Oh, I'm so happy. There's an ABD on the friggin' on the island. Thank goodness. Let's roll. Roll, because I got stuff to plant, my dude. So, there's an ABD. There's an ATM machine. Like, there's an ATM on Harv's Island. So, I'm gonna go clean up. I got a new haircut. We're looking fresh. We got a pocket full of carrots. Things are looking great. Oh. Toby, what are you doing, sir? Hey, Toby. Feel real bad. Look at this man. Not even stealing from me or nothing. This man had $700,000 on his front lawn and he didn't do anything with it. He was like, well, that's weird. Let's see if we can catch our who is crafting right now. It's our friendo, Old Man Doggo. Yes? What are you making? Salad in a frying pan. Sure. Maybe he's like toasting pine nuts to put on top of it. Thank you. Yes. I'll go for it, my dude. What in the world? Look at this. Now I can make some salad. I can. And usually they're like, what in the world? They get kind of, the reaction to it is kind of weird. They're always like, why are you doing this? Okay, let's see what Tia's up to. So I'm wondering if, like, you have a crafting and a cooking villager inside now. Because that would happen 3 times. Oh, she's got the steampunk thing on display. Why, my girl? Ugh. Oh, thanks. A pilot's cap. Are we being... Alright. Lord. Okay. I have no gifts to give my villagers right now, so... Okay. Let's see. Oh, actually? That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna go put stuff away. Running around with like almost $1 million in my pocket. Unnecessary, girl. Whoa, everybody's here. Hello. Good morning. The bells, or the miles are running low. We knew it would happen. I like keeping 60 in my pocket. I think the fences are gonna rotate. Yeah. These are anything that we actually want. These all stay the same. Okay. Oh, alrighty then. So that's a thing. Steamroller and that's epic. I love that. Yeah, I have like bronze and yellow, which is pretty cool. Okay. Lionel, what are you doing, sir? Silly goose. Of course, it's gonna take us a hot minute to get. Oh, it's got like pumpkin. Oh, okay. So here we go. Here's another bio break. Reminder. It's a little early, but I think that'll be okay. So really quick, while we're just hanging out, bio break time, which means get up, go get yourself a drink, go get yourself a snack really, really quick. Because he sells me cursed shit. He's weird. So I'm actually gonna go make myself some noodles really quick, and I will be right back. So enjoy. Go get your drink, go stretch, get your sillies out, go pee. We'll be back here in 5, hopefully 5. I can get my water to heat up quickly. Whew, okay, we are back from BioBreak. Whew. All right. How's it going? How's the grind? All right. Switch back to this so it's not too chaotic because we got a lot of music happening all over. And still have to do things like mushrooms. Definitely should find money rock. All over the place. Okay, don't need these cosmos here. All right. And yeah, I guess this is going to be a good carrot patch. I probably need to move that tree because that tree is just all sorts of in the way. Okay. Oh, these are 4. Okay, so these are 12s. I didn't need to get 15. That's okay. Okay, well yeah, I'll throw carrots here. Oh, those look a lot like the pumpkins. Okay. And then we have backups if we need backups. And then I need to dig up those pumpkins. Oops. And then I think we're probably gonna sell stacks of pumpkins here in a second. Because my storage is full and we need more bells, so. Just gonna live our fun girl life. Oh, and Lee, I don't know if you've seen, there's like rewards for being active, and you now have the rank of Earl or Countess. There's a staff, I see a staff notification. Okay. Look at how cute. Okay, picking. By the way, yes. What up? Hello. Yes. We can. Which is useful, like, if your shovel breaks and you're just like, oh, well, it's okay. I only had the one thing to, I only had the one thing to grab anyway, so pretty cool. I don't think I can send, looks like all these pumpkin starts. Whoa. So I think I'm just gonna sell everything in my pockets. Actually, maybe go grab more of the pumpkins out of the house and sell those. Good lord. There's a lot happening here. I'm hoping, because that's where I planted the gyroids, and when you plant the gyroid fragments and then water them, they apparently steam, so that's interesting. Gyroids have been around since the original game, and the fact that they weren't in the game yet was pretty weird to a lot of people. It was like, why haven't you put these in yet? This is bizarre. So it's good to see them back, definitely. Okay, now we're just gonna do, oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's plant the things. I have kimchi ramen. I'm very happy because I have kimchi ramen. Go. Oh, okay. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna hit these. We're gonna hit these real quick. Oh dear. Oh, okay, yeah, this'll be quick. This is super quick. Okay, so this is where the wheat's gonna go. And then, I mean, we can throw the starts that I have kind of like on the ground. And that's actually kind of a cute decorating thing, is people will put the starts down because they look like, oh, a little nursery plant, isn't it cute? Looks really cute as a Okay, here we go. I think I can stand here. Oh yeah, here we go. Perfect. Oh, all right. Aggressive. Aggressive gardening. It's the only way I know how to garden. Nope. Good to know. But yeah, gyroids are actually based off of this traditional Japanese statues that were actually used as like funeral decorations and stuff. I don't know the whole story behind them, but oh, that's pretty cool. Drop. Yeah. That's pretty cute. Still have a lot of space though. Can I? Oh wait, I can place this? Hang on. Oh, that's super cute. I think I want to put it. I'm gonna put it somewhere. Put it here. No room. Shoot. Okay, so yeah, doesn't make a little stand for itself or anything. Cute. Shaded floor lamp. Fossil poster. Okay, I'm gonna drop that. Drop that for now. Okay. I don't have 12. We'll just. Oh, I'm not gonna pick those up. I'm watering. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh boy. Suddenly Animal Crossing is Stardew. Everybody look out. Just so stinking cute. Gonna get the cute rage, look out. all good. Okay, I'm gonna go get some of the pumpkins out of my inventory. Back home? Actually, go put this away. Stuff. Cause oh no, this is about to get. Oh, down to 99. Okay, I will check. Because I'm gonna stitch this stuff. And pick up all of the pumpkins. Except not all of them, but you know, like basically all of them. Need an intervention. Gonna need a lot of like pumpkins and stuff for cooking, but I have those 12 starts. So I think pockets are full. Okay. Oh boy. This is going to be a big chunk of bells too, because these sell like your foreign fruit, which means they're 500 bells a piece. So we got a good chunk of change here. Okay, I need to just really quick. Ramyun! Look at, I mean, just hang on. We're just gonna. It's so yum. So good. Ramyun. Kimchi ramen. Oh, still super hot. Ooh. Nope, needs a minute to cool down because that's real hot still. Oh, nice and. What do we get? Probably, yeah. Oh boy. Locally sourced soil. Cool. Cool. Executive producer. Good lord. Okay. Oh boy. Let's go see turnips. Here we go. This is going to be a heavy time travel day, but then I think once we get the shops unlocked, it's going to be a switch to regular progression with time. Because there's going to be a lot to do. So, unless I have to, like, I'm going to have to move Tia at some point off the beach after I make her, like, little speakeasy. Okay, what we got? Oh, there's one of the clipboards. Okay, that's cute. That folding table's interesting. My boys, what we got for turnips? What's going on? Turnip prices are 117. Not great. I just don't need any more white Cosmos. I just don't. Nobody got time for that. Okay, we good? Cool. Confirm. Get it out of my life. Let's see. Oh, I'm not. Oops. So yeah, 117 on turnips, and we just sold all those pumpkins for 60,000. It's over here. We're just living our farm girl life, selling pumpkins. Ever actually one day farm? Nah. My Oh. I'm so mad I rolled back the time. I'm so mad. I should have left it and just let you guys, like, it was like 15 minutes though before it was going to shift over, and then it was going to be all over. So. Oh, shoot. I forgot that I'm... What time is it on the island right now? Oh, okay, so they open in like 10 minutes. All three of you are sweeping. Look at you guys. Okay, what's our dailies look like, though? 10 flowers. Okay, whoops. Fruit trees. Probably not. I have a lot. Catch bugs. Change my look. I could. Okay. We could go do that room. Or no. Let's go find fossils. Actually, there's one up by the farm. We're gonna check over here. And I need to check the beach. Oh, go. Money tree. We need to go check the beach for the DIY. So, I don't know. Are you guys interested in 117? I don't. 117 is real crap. Like, ugh. Yeah. It's all good. We'll keep an eye on it. Where? Oops. Where are my fossils? Away. Here we go. Seriously? Ow, well. Okay. Mushrooms. Oh, yeah, here we go. Mushrooms. Moved all my cedars. Actually need to replant a bunch of cedars around, but I haven't heard anything about new plane mystery islands. And I haven't gotten anything different the 2 times. Like, the island I got brought to was identical to the first one. Like this last time, but... Okay. I think there was a fossil... Yes, there was. Okay. So... I was like, oh, I really hope Happy Home Designer is, like, the DLC is out already. It's not gonna be out until midnight, because I was like, oh, I kinda wanted to play it. I'm like, there's so many other things I can be doing right now. Like, I need to get this stuff done first before I go. Oh yeah, there's the pergola just hanging out on the beach. It's actually kind of nice right there. I like it. Yeah, I don't need to get distracted by, like, the whole mini game that's gonna drop as well. Like, ugh. There's gonna be a lot. I did get the ladder kit. Now I can put yours permanently down. So I might do that in a couple of spots that I know I use a lot. Oh, here we go. So we did get all. Did we get all of the fossils? I think so. Should only be 4. Probably. Yours is blue and purple? Your pergola? Weird. Yeah, these trees are gonna have to go. I really want this kind of hidden away back here, but I think I'm gonna have to move. Maybe Judy's crafting. Hang on. I'll come check. Baby princess. Go in. Adorable. Goodbye. Oh. Blue and purple. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I got a lot of the white stuff for various, so I think I might offer those for some stuff on Nookazon or something. If I want to play Nookazon, I don't know. Might have to. You being Germanic, Lionel? More edgy and more in your face, because cursing people is not edgy enough for this man. Your bench is green. Ooh! Okay, I got the Polytart blue one. Good lord. Sure, let's change it. What do you got for me? What is on brand for the Lionel? I mean, he's Captain Hook, but he's like... What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with this man? What are we gonna give him? I think... Here we go. Get the pan. Like from Hook. Do it. With a double exclamation mark? That's very aggressive. Nice. You sold it, my man. Good. Because you don't have a choice. Alright. Alright. Where is it? The three of them just sweeping away. Yeet. Yeah, I gotta make a bridge there. I am over a, and this is kind of weird. This feels wrong and like it needs to be built out like a little more. Thought I liked it. I thought it was cool, but mostly just annoying. Need to turn it into something that can actually be useful, maybe. Oh, there it is. Yay! I think we got the bottle DIY. I should have like my little checklists out, but I don't. Not organized today. It's all hype train. No organization. Oh, hey, hello there. Does actually look really cute there. No. Yeah, Dude. How do we know? How do we know when the gyroids are done? How long are those gonna take? We'll just know. Something will happen. We'll know. And how involved in the gyroids is Blathers? Because he really likes them. Oh, I need to be getting the rest of this Quetzal for display. I can't sell all of my... I want to get the Quetzal displayed. Out there. Look at him. I feel so bad. Wake him up. There's one day. After they stop steaming, then they're done. Oh, okay, so. Okay. That feels really fast. I thought that, like, that's fossils. I don't think I can buy any more posters because I don't have anything else done. Oh yeah. Spicy kimchi. That's okay. Okay. Alright. You have 2 already? Holy buckets. Okay, good to know. Whistle and aluminum. Do we give them to Brewster? Oh wait, do I have a Quetzal? Brachio, Sabertooth. Oh, Quetzal! Ooh, he's looking scary. Looking real fierce. I don't think there's enough space for a left Quetzal wing. Yeah, no. Oh wait, that's a Packy skull? Okay, and I have a... up there. Hang on. User in your house? Okay, I need to find out about that because there might be a whole reward system with... Oh no, this isn't what I need. Okay, we're good. Yay, I just need another Quetzal ring, and then I'll have that Quetzal. I like the Quetzal. What am I doing? I'm gonna go sell fossils. I don't know, guys. This game is weird. Okay. I will wait until tomorrow then before I dig them up and see what happens. Oh, my nose is runny. Feels like not enough money for actual fossils. Feels like I'm getting scammed. You know? Let's check Abel's because I want to know what they have. Because it's just going to be like more and more cute stuff. Oh, okay, so there's that hairstyle in... Okay, and those change every week. So. Yeah, it's weird because there's things that are hats, and then there's like hairstyles that you can change in the mirror, and then there's hats you can wear. It just changes it entirely. And like, what? What? Sweater vest. Okay, and the shoes are the same. I have all those boots. I don't need to buy the boot. It's actually really, really good. The ribbon wigs. Like, that's really cute. Yeah. No, we're not gonna wear it out, but. Woo. Making a good chunk of money each day. Not gonna lie. Doing good on the fundage part. So, you know, we might break even depending on how much more we're gonna sell out of the house. Okay. Definitely can get away with bringing the stuff to another mystery. Probably I need to sell fruit. Probably not gonna chop down all the trees though. Just because yeah, it's super cute, right? Go. Oh my goodness, we are not breaking even on the Nook Miles then. So, like, oh, this is ugly. My Elgato is not so cheap. That's better. I'm on with my layout, my goodness gracious. Okay. Gonna eat my lunch while we listen to another sea chanty. Does he only have a few? He should have like a lot of sea shanties. I guess I've heard this on other people's streams, but so we'll see how many more shanties. So cute. So cute. Oh, vines, 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 vines. You're good. We got a lot of new items in the game, so I'm kind of expecting like, yeah. Oh, my nose is running because kimchi. Looks like there be vines growing on the cliffs. Okay, so he tells you about this. Them vines be sturdier than they look. Even grown-ups can climb them. Give it a try with AI. You can also grab them with Y if you wanted to take some home. Use them however you see fit. Oh no, y'all. There's the glowy moss. We got glowy moss. Okay, cool. Glowy moss and new bushes. Fine. Fine. Plumerias? Yes. Please, we will take the plume. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna completely decimate this island. I was wrong! These are going up in the fairy grotto. The moss and these bushes. Oh. Oh, okay, hang on. Put this away. And then A. Oh, that's very good. Yes. That is so cute. Look at this. Okay, this is. Ugh. Oh, okay. Can't do it with a tool, just like with your ladder. Very cute. Okay. How many and of what color do I have? Okay, I have. Okay, 2 of each. So I'll grab another 2 of these bushes for now. They're 1 of each color. And that'll go up in the fairy grotto, and it'll be so cute. Okay, are these taking up, these stacking? Oh yes, they're, okay, so they're stacking, so the moss is stacking like weeds, which is... Wait, what, hang on, I didn't even see what the bushes are called. What are these? Plumeria. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Because they look like plumerias. I was right. Done. What does the Discord look like right now? Oh my goodness. Oh, art. Oh, totally whiffed that. What am I doing with my life? Hello. Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen with like the non-edible foodstuffs. Like, you know, like there's traditional dishes and stuff from holidays and stuff. I wonder if they're gonna get recategorized or if they're just gonna stay. You just have to remember that that's a non-edible thing. Oh, I guess I got like a decorative thing that's not an edible dish in the Nook shop today. So, Discord real quick and see what the heck's going on. I like that they took... Oh, I don't have to dig it up. I can just pick it. Perfect. I love that they kind of took cues from, like, how popular cottagecore was, and they started making other islands that looked kind of like that, but like that very condensed terraforming. Let's see here. Oh boy. Oh, you have the black phone box? Oh boy. Ooh, and the green gazebo. Very nice. Okay. Oh yeah, you got like the multicolored, like the rainbow stuff. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cute. Yeah, this is all very cute. Oh, okay, we got, oh, and that's gonna be our giant right over there. Perfect. How are we doing on storage in our pocket? Okay, actually not bad at all. Okay. Right, so we're just gonna steal all of these, thank you. Whoops, okay. Oh, okay, pick them. There we go, there we go, there we go. Nope. I am struggling. Be happy, be happy. Okay, are they stacking? They do stack. Okay, cool. I feel like it's hit or miss, whether or not. I know. There's just so much. Oop, here we go. DIY. Hopefully it's a new one. Glow in the dark stickers? What? Glow in the dark stickers? What? Many DIYs, look out. That's super cool. Okay, so this is also a crafting item. That's good to know. I wonder if it'll grow like weeds? Bet you it will. Bet you it will. Okay, Captain. You guys eat me. Let's roll. Yup. It's okay. We took care of it. I know some people are kind of annoyed that this takes a bit and it's kind of hard to skip, but it's nice because I can sit and eat my food for a second while I listen to him. We need to get... we need to cook some cucumbers and Kewpie mayo, I think. Cute. Oh wait, I have 2 activity feet. Okay. Bye, Captain. He's just chilling. Look at him. Living his life. Alright. Wow. Wowie wowoo. Okay, so we're gonna have 4 gyroids tomorrow, I guess. So. Plant these. Ooh, the temptation? Okay, the temptation to demolish the incline. Not that we need to, because we also just got 2 more incline. And just have the vines here is actually pretty strong. Not gonna lie. Like, that could be the thing. Okay, oops. I'm Jimmy. Poofy, poofy, poof. There they go. Happy and poofy. Doing their things. Okay, hold up. See, now I gotta see. Gotta see if this will propagate. Because I really, really want it to. Little fiddlehead fern ones? Excuse you. Cute. Okay, and then now, hey, and now. From Cliff. And it turns fall colors. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. That. All day. Beautiful. You love to see it. It's all sparkly. Whoa. Okay. I kind of... Okay, hang on. We're not doing that. I don't think these bloom this time of year, though. They do not. Alright. That's okay, though. They still look really good. Like, the Plumerian leaves look pretty good. Oh. I know. I know. Oh. a lot of people are definitely feeling that. It's like, this has revived the game so much for so many people. It's like, yes, we finally have something else to do. Oh my god. Kinda wanna, ooh. We'll do this. We'll hang another one right here. Cute. Look at this. From their cute rage now. Look out. Ah. Yes, very tropical, which is kind of like most of the vibe that we're going, as I have holly bushes, which are definitely not tropical, but definitely going for like the tropical vibe, which like the tea blossom or tea olives, the plumeria now, and the hibiscus look really, really good alongside like the stuff. So pretty excited about that. Okay. I've mostly done the thing, other than grind for Nook Miles. Ah! It's an easy 300, and it's... Oh, nope, I don't have... No, I'm impatient. I just want to move forward. Like, I just want to keep going. Oh, I actually might need... Oh, it's almost bio break time. It'll pop. Okay, let's advance. Let's advance. Five. We're gonna roll the clock back to 8. Here we go. New day. So this is Friday. Probably missed the best price on turnips for the week. Definitely did, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You know? Toby and Zucker. Okay, hang on. I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna move somebody into Toby's spot. Because I do need a sisterly, a peppy, or a jock. And I need to figure out what reactions. Isabel! Good morning, Isabel. Oh! She just announced the special visitor. Huh. Interesting. Oh, Tia. What am I gonna do with you, my girl? Okay. Go. Let's roll. Ah, look at her. Sorry, girl. Look at this, though. All of this. Okay, here we go. We're digging them up. We're digging up the gyroids. Ready? Because I'm not. Oh, okay. Rumbloid. Mist. Great. Good. Okay, Rumbloid. Drumoid. What's this one? Oh, Ringoid. Okay. These are cute. Okay. Yeah, they're done it. That's amazing. Done in a day. This is insane. This is insane. Okay. Place. Oh, it's a blue one. Look. Cute. So it's the Rumbloid. Drumoid. Cute. Okay. Ring. Oh, very cute. Look at that. And this is... Good lord. Okay, so there's the bio break. So yes, we are gonna do another quick bio break because we're just gonna keep doing this every hour. That's just how we're gonna roll. 5-minute break. Get up, go pee, get your water, get a snack, do something, do some stretches. We're gonna come back in 5. So, see you in 5. Hello. We're back. Look at these little boys. Look at these little gyroid boys. So cute. Okay. Really quick, we're gonna do some watering, and then we're gonna just run right over to the Nook shop. See how much it's gonna cost us. It's how much the turnips are gonna be, and then we can. Oh, okay. And then we're gonna go back to Harv's and we're gonna spend more money. That's apparently what we do now in this game. Is a lot of money over at Harv's. Whip that. Oh well. On an island where there's food, you have to get leaf on Harv's Island. The islands I think are just for like the moss and vines, and I think anyway. I could be wrong. I'm down to be wrong. Oh good, thank goodness. Okay, we can do a couple of these. Fossils and roost. Okay, we're gonna go box real quick. And then go. So yeah, like the moss and the vines are on the islands. But yeah, it's leaf has to go to Harv's. Yeah, it's gonna be bonkers. Right. Oh. Whoop. Nope. This is okay. I've kind of buggered this up. Guess we can do it here. Here we go. Others have found food? Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be going to those islands regardless. Anyway. If others have found it, then that might just be it. It's okay. Then is there more than what Leaf offers on those islands? Because I haven't seen anything. Like, I got the plumeria bushes, and I've got my moss. Times 5. I beat all. Well, we gotta go test that theory then. I mean, we're gonna be going to a lot of islands, so. Oh, hi Norma, what you thinking about, girl? Even with me today, not today. The wrong day. Did I sleep? Yes, I slept. Art. I did sleep, yes, but got up, made the kids breakfast, got them out of the house. Oh, there's that possum, cool. And just started streaming. We're just gonna play Animal Crossing until we vomit. Not really, but still gonna see you play for a long time. So. How you doing today, Beetle? We got, okay. Oh, cute toaster, though. That toaster. Is that an IV bag? Yes, that is. Alrighty then. Printed shovel. Shoot. Doing okay? That's good. Alright. While we're here, we're gonna ask the Tanukis. Shorted prices. 63 bells. Yeah, no. No. I IV bag in my nooks. Sure. Probably need to put that over. Actually, we need to buy that for Lionel and put that in his yard. Just cause. Yeah, this whole, like, eastern part of my island needs to get... I don't know when. Like, it's here, and I think I have a house full of bugs. That would clear up some... Quite nice. So we'll get gyroids on our islands when it rains. I know that. On the money spot either. Oh, never mind. Speed of double. All of this is gonna have to get replanted because it's just in the way. Because I gotta get all terraformed. Okay. And while we look for the thing. Oh, there it is. All right. And then apparently we gotta find the villager who's cooking. So. Bucket? Yeah, I know the bucket. Hang on. Who do we see? We saw Lionel, we saw Eric, so neither of them are out. And nope, Octavian is out. Marina's in. Here we go. We love Marina. Oh, okay, she's crafting. That's alright. A maid outfit and a tiara. I think I already have this one. Do I not? Okay, I guess I don't know how to do this one. Wooden block. Okay. Cool. Okay, so found her. She's crafting, and then maybe somebody else will be cooking. I don't think I saw Tucker. Norma's out, and he is out. I think I saw Dobie. Oh, there's that. There's the fossil right above the museum, conveniently. It's right there. Ooh, decorating some of the museum with the vines would make it look really good. Those cliffs. Oh, he's not, but we'll just say hello. Hi, Tucker. What's up, my dude? No? Cool giant robot version of yourself. Does he know about Cephalbot? Mecha Zucker! Apple cobbler for fuel and play all the time without stopping. I would be so down for that, my dude. Adorable. He still has, like, the basic starter house. He's, like, the guy who's been on my island the longest, but I have his amiibo now. And it's tempting to move him out. Just even for, like, a little bit, like, not even for very long. And, then move him back in with the amiibo so he can have his house, because Zucker's house is super duper cool, but I'd have to start the friendship all over with him, and he's my buddy, he's my Zuck, he's so cute. I want to do it. I will if I. 'Cause I just want him to have like his actual house, like the log cabin on the inside. Like that's really cute, but this man needs his street vendor house. It's just so cute. Oh, okay. Almost got our other Quetzal. Yeah, that's it. Cool, cool, cool. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna throw. Ooh, is it room? Ooh. Let's see how that looks. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that! That looks so good! Oh! Even just for like aesthetics. Looks good. Dude, what? Dude. I don't know why that's. I want Sylvia to leave so badly because she's like. She won't get out of my house. That sucks. I need to add. I don't know why it. The filters that I have it like swearing's allowed. Oh well. I don't know why it's being. Okay, I am gonna go to the roost with gyroids in my pockets and see what that man does. Also, did you give me my other Quetzal wing? Not that Quetzal. Good. Trilobite. Ooh. Amber. Ooh, okay, I've got the amber. That will probably I like using some of the fossils as decorations because it's really cool. Tia is in here. Goodness. Look at this little madam. Take it out. You decided to come give it a try, even though we're building you a speakeasy? Hello. One, please. You. $2 for a siphon cup of coffee feels cheap. Especially since doesn't he roast his own beans? Warm. Right. Oh. Yeah, he's not doing anything about it. At the counter to the right? Oh! You can get coffee to go! Oh no! We can get coffee to go now. This is over. The eyebrows. Okay. Cause like, you look back there, he's got gyroids back there. You see that? Shoot! Oh, that was talk to your neighbors. Okay. Doing okay on that. The diving one for ×5 means I have to go and get. I have to go sell, and then I have to do. I have to throw stuff in my house anyway. Am I going to be allowed to carry like the coffee cup around on my island? Like, is that going to be a thing? 'Cause I want that so bad. I need it in my life. And it's probably kind of dumb, but I don't care. Just need it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go dump stuff at my house and pick up my wetsuit. And my, oh, I don't need this. I have vines. It's good. Sure, I was keeping a fun chat. Because these silly auto posts like cover up what I have going, and I'm like, ah. Internally, I make that exact noise. Oh, storage. Just there's gonna be a house remodel here. Wait, hang on the wall? Excuse you, wait, what? Can I do that? I also don't have any wall storage right now. Hang on, wall. This is great. This is everything. Oh no. Oops. So stinking cute. Nope. Okay, hang on. I gotta get the other one out. Where is it? It's probably not in here. Okay. Is it? Okay. These are just like the little tabletop. Oh, is it? No. I have too much shit. Yeah, I have got to get some. Where? Huh? Where did the gyroid go? I probably passed it. Cause there's just a wall of stuff. Oh, wait, Flick's on the island. Well, this is why we're here, technically. Oh, the little shelves! So cute. Okay, I was gonna do, like, a lot of the statues from Flick to decorate, but, like, that area is already kind of cramped. I haven't figured out a good way to do it, so we'll just have to wait. I'm just gonna go sell all my books. Do I have enough boba tea? No. No, I don't. Never. Damn it. Or maybe... that was at the fireworks festival in August. That was one of Red's new items is he had boba tea, and I went a little bit nuts, and I got a lot of it. Sorry, what? Boba tea? this makes sense for it to be in, okay, like that's in there. Why do I still have cupcakes for my birthday? That I need to get rid of. Ended it out to like 2 villagers and now I'm bored. Moving the fuck on. Dang, Clan Flavin. Medical? So it would be. Oh? Because it's named something else. Dang it. Time. Oh, like most recent on top? There it is. Oh, thank goodness. Pockets are full. Of course they are. Oops. Drop that. Hang on, wall. So cute. Okay, where that one is placed now. Oh. Oh. Over. Okay. Looking good. Look at that. Perfect. So glad that you can do that with them. Okay. Gonna drop here really quick because we don't want to sell that on accident. And we're gonna go sell everything. Gotta go find Flick for the bugs though. Flick for the bugs. Flick for the bugs. I'm just gonna rage because it's double. Not double. 50% more from Flick. It's better. Was over import. Didn't get my net. Where is this? Where is that chameleon? There he is. There he is. A dude. A dude. Sure. You're great. I've got lots of bugs to sell to you, sir. Yes. I have them all. Yeah, I had this grand idea to like put all these beautiful butterflies in my fairy grotto, and the fairy grotto is just not big enough. Yes. No, don't tone it down. Be excited. Yes. Will do. My friend. Ooh. Okay. Doing better. He doesn't eat them. No. Even though he's a chameleon and it would make sense. Oh no. I gotta put on my, no, I gotta sell. Drop off my DIY at my spot. For all my DIYs that I already have. No, he just really, really likes bugs. Like a lot. Which is adorable. Yeah, and he's dating CJ. That's the fan theory anyway, and I'm all for it. I love it. Oh wait, no. Saving the amber. I like the fan theory. It's adorable. Because at one point he says like his partner likes bugs, and people, Nintendo probably meant business partner, but no. Now they're married because hello, adorable. No, he and CJ and Flick, we love it. Like Reese and Cyrus get to have like they do wedding pictures every year on their anniversary, but we can't have a big old gay wedding. Hello, I want to go to CJ and Flick's wedding. Yes. Oh, the amber looks so good. Okay, fine. Just raging again. Cute raging. Okay. I just have to catch 5 things for the points. And we need seaweed anyway for the seaweed soup. Woo! Oh shoot, I'm gonna do a flip for the go back and down. I need to hit the A button. I gotta do a trick! I did it. We did it. Oh. Poor octopus. Put it back. I'm gonna have to put the octopus back. I'm happy in my pocket. Oh, and we'll have to get a haircut while we're there too. Wait, what? Oh, okay. And then... Oh, it's only 3 things? Oh, heck. Okay. Alright, well... Yay! Okay. There we go. Almost back in the double in the double digits for that. Yeah, cause I mean like over 10,000, but oh wait, I wanna let the octopus go. I don't want to hang on to the octopus. Please. Yeet! Oh no. Oh no. Done it bad. Gotta stop fucking at my beaches. Hello! No, you're good. Good to have you back, Wonder Woman. What was the meeting about? I mean, I don't know if you're even allowed to say. No, who knows? Oh no, he's just dusting. Well, who's crafting then? What's up, my dude? So what's up? Oh, he's so funny. Old man doggo. Cute. Okay. Let's get our butts on the plane and just ruin flowers again, because I'm the worst! At least it's on my island. New support ticket system. Fun. Fun. I screwed up the pathing in there and I need to... and by fun, like, mostly not at all fun, but, you know, eh. Hello, Orville. We're getting out of here. Take me to Harv's. I have work to do. Going to Harv's. At least it doesn't require a ticket to go. Which is nice. All back. Let's go. Oh no. Yeah. System changes are rough. Oh my goodness. Bye, birds. Oh. Oh, here he is. Shady Tanuki himself. Hi, buddy. Hello, Red. It will be the blind leading the blind. Oh no! For Harvey, I'm thrilled to I mean, you don't have to be next to Tom Nook. My goodness. Okay, unfortunately, both of those items are things that I already have, and I already know that that's a fake one. So... Okay, but what's the... What's the raffle? Hi, bud. Yep. You don't... Cousin's discount, hey. Okay, can I do the raffle though? What? Okay, can we do the raffle though? How do I do this? Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's see what he's got. Excuse you, what? Okay, one more. Oh, fun. No thanks, I'm good. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. Lee! Madam, I have an ice cream cone. I need you to... do you see this yet? I just... That's what Red sells. That's Red's raffle right now, is ice cream. Can I eat it? Oh, it's all gone. 3 bites. That's all you get. But you get 3 out of it. Like, hang on. Okay, so you go up to his thing. No, I want the raffle. Raffle. This is bad. He got me last time with the bubble teas, and now it's ice cream. Oh, a fan. Cute. One more. No mask. Are you kidding me right now? No, I gotta stop. I gotta stop because now I have. Oh no. Oh, hang on. I wanna hold this. Let me see. Oh, that's really cute. Look at her. Yes. Okay. What's the other thing? I'm okay. I'm good. I'm just gonna put ice cream in my pocket because that's a great idea. Okay, hang on. I gotta see. People were saying that this might be fertilizer? Hi, bud. Okay, let's shop real quick. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's only carrots and wheat? Still? Shoot. Okay, I already have that, but thanks. Right, let's get, who are we getting? I think we gotta get the llamas in next. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There's that. I now have a tummy full of ice cream and don't know how to get the rest of my vegetables. There's gotta be somebody who's made a guide already. Okay, she's gonna give me a random thing. So, let's see what this is. Oh boy. Oh no, I got Oh no. Oh, not my fave. Not really. I'm not gonna tell her that though. Oh, actually with the Hello Kitty hat, doesn't look too bad. Like, yeah, that works. The Hello Kitty hat, that's okay. That's actually alright. El Poo, I think Lee, you might your friendos might have been right. We might need to go on island tours if we want to get more vegetables, because I've only got potatoes and wheat, or sorry, carrots and wheat right now. Yep, we're gonna bounce. I wonder how long it's gonna take to get all of the food then. This is gonna be rough. Okay, we gotta do some research here. Hang on. Hours ago from Games Radar. Okay. Different. Okay, shoot. Is this gonna be random? Good Lord. Well, hang on. Can I click at this thing? I not? Oh, I can! What? I can cook here. That is super great. Okay. Pop that. Well, I kind of want to find... Toby's out. I kind of want to find the villager who's cooking right now. Not Tia. It wasn't Dobie. Yeah, it's not just the stove they give you. You can cook at any stove. Those all got updated. And I was like, oh, does the clay furnace count as a stove? Yes, it does. It counts. So glad. Right game. It's just like the whole everything. Everything has changed. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Turns out the Fire Nation was a fucking update. Oh, she's working out. She took a nap and now she's working out. She's just living. What is everything is awesome. It's so good. So good. Ugh. Not ready for any of that. Okay, and Tio is in the roost. No, Norma's not home. Mushrooms! Fine. Is Eric home? Eric is not. Okay, well. Oh, that was the dryer. I was like, what is happening? Hopefully that's not too loud for you. Oh, god dang it, I put that bush there and I'm regretting it. What's the matter with me? Forward. Okay. Who's crafting right now? Maybe it's Lionel? No, I think he was out. I can't tell. There. No, he's out. Shoot. We checked on Zucker, checked on Octavia, checked on Marina, Dobie, Tia's at the roost. Maybe I need to, Toby. I don't know. Who's crafting? Use. I'm gonna come and bug you again, Dobie. Here I come. Always. And Tia's out. Well, heck. Unless I'm missing something with the octopus. Anybody home over here? Yeah, Marina's home. Jimmy's on. Octavian is. Okay, maybe it's Octavian then. No, he's taking a nap. Okay, it's not Octavian. Both of the old men are sleeping. She was crafting, but she wasn't cooking. So it might not be one is cooking and one is crafting. One is crafting. Yeah, I think that sucks, but that's okay. I guess now she says peasant, which is just the best. Okay, mystery. We gotta do our captain tour real quick. I said I might need to go to the bathroom again. I keep chugging water and stuff, and oh yeah, it is almost time to do a bio break. It's like 10 minutes. It's bio break time, so that's all right. All right, let's see what kind, because we got the Moss Island. Run, what's up? Probably not, but what's up? Oh. Yeah, thanks, girl. You the best. Well, let's see. Alright, well, that's probably not gonna be for us. Eeks. My Oni friend! Yes. Gimme. Roll. Look at him with his little bento box. His little thermos. So cute. Notice he had that little bento. Love it. Shippo cucumber. Is there something with kappas and cucumbers? Is that why he keeps singing about cucumbers? Oh, yes! In folklore, kappa are known to favor cucumbers and love to engage in sumo wrestling? Interesting. Okay, so that's why he keeps singing about cucumbers, is because the Oni kappa likes cucumbers. What is this? We've got leaves falling? Excuse you? I'm sorry. Excuse you, look at all of these acorns. Holy buckets, look at all these. What in the world? We got our Gyroid. Perfect. Look at the acorns. This is amazing. Yes. Okay, what's the DIY on this island? You can eat the acorns. Ugh. Leaf stool. Probably. Yeah, I have that one. Okay, alright. What in the world? In the world. You got jarred mushrooms? What? I don't. Look at all the acorns. Okay. This is just epic. I love all of this. Okay. I feel like I'm not getting a lot of the recipes. Eric is cooking! Ooh. Yeah, give me a sec, cause I gotta run. Yeah, I just got acorns. That's the only reason I came here. Also a gyroid. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're about to do bio break because reasons. Yeah, I actually need to use the bathroom like now-ish. This is so cute. I can't handle how cute this is. I mean, a gyroid. That TV show. Okay. Yeah, we need to do bio break and then and then yeah, we can like do you need any of the DIYs I got? Trying to think if I can bring anything over to you that you might need. Do you want some moss? Do you want some glowy moss? Okay. He's a turtle. Yeah. He's a kappa, which is a kind of Japanese oni. But yeah, they had like turtle shells and stuff. So yeah, he's got little turtle shells. He's real cute. I think it'll keep growing. I'm not actually sure, but I think it will. Hang on, getting distracted. Need to put. I haven't watered my stuff yet, either. But I think I need to. No, wait, I have. Silly me. Look, it all sparkled right as I said that. Okay, but I need to pee. So, watering the gyroid, and then, oh weird, this is like, yes, hello funeral statue, I will water you and you will grow into a different thing. Like, what is happening? Okay, so it is bio break time, which, as I totally clicked the wrong button. No, go get yourself a drink, go get yourself a snack, get your wiggles out, do what you need to do. I'm gonna come back in 5 minutes. We're gonna hang out and listen to some music, and then it looks like we're gonna go to Lee's Island. We might hop on Discord real quick, so we can actually talk. And then I don't know if I have. Oh, it'll come through my desktop stuff, I guess. Yeah, and maybe we'll bring Lisa Boss, and yeah, okay. See you in a bit. I'm back. Grabbed protein, water. I need to get a standing desk for these streams because holy buckets. Okay. All right. So I actually thought of what I could bring you, Lee. Actually, I wonder if you can propagate. I'm gonna bring you wheat and carrots, moss. I'll bring you some boba. With some boba. I have a lot. I have a lot of boba, okay? So I have salami and I am a happy bean. Okay. So alright. Yeah, here we go. You're good. Okay. We can, if you want. Yeah, whatever works for you is fine with me. Okay, let me bring you stuff. Saw the standing desk, like I can't play with it for like 5 minutes. Yeah? I wish we had it on IKEA up here. I miss IKEA. Okay, I gotta put that in my pocket so I don't run around with it. Not my pockets anymore. Okay, what do I got? Oh yeah, let me just bring you, okay, I've got cotton candy. I've got melon cotton candy, ramune, strawberry, boba coffee. She's got the hookup. I got a green tea, go, milk tea, strawberry tea, chocolate, orange, ramune. I think that's all I got so far. Yeah. There we go. Yay! Do you have the... That was a thing. And I've got some sparklers and I got balloons. I want to do something with the balloons eventually. Who knows? So many boba! Just so many. Okay, oh. Over with sea. I'm gonna throw those into the sea real quick. Get out of my pocket! Yeet! Oh, I don't need this anymore because I got the vines. So much boba. Just like, I'm bringing presents. It's dinner time? Okay, thanks for coming. Hang it out. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna throw a sea slug into the fresh water. It's dead now. Just letting y'all know that. Is very dead. That's very, very dead. Okay. Drop. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Oh, other than sell it, get it out of here. Don't need it, don't want it. Okay, hang on. Clumps of weeds. I'm gonna drop those. Okay. Okay. The DIY giveaway is getting large. This is cute. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's cute, and I'm gonna make it into something. That might go into his speakeasy. Actually, that would be pretty great for her. All right, let me know where we're going, Lee. because it's oh, it has been a long day. Bitch. Ugh. You're running to open. You're good. You're good. I'm gonna stand and stretch for a little bit. Then, long day. Wish I could do this more, but also I have kids, so I have to prioritize hanging out with them. I can do this every once in a while. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. Oh gosh. The house decorating is going to be out of hand here in a minute. Like, oh. And then tomorrow we're gonna get Happy Home Designer. Oh. So much happened. I don't even know. It's just I want to find like treasure islands and giveaway islands, like catalog. Okay, cool. DME dodo code or something. Here, let's go. Oh, actually, I don't think I need a dodo code. I think I can just fly. Visit someone. Line. Roger. Let's see how our internet handles me going to somebody else's island and streaming. Let's see. Okay. I mean, I'm the only one home using the internet, so it should be okay. Search for a friend. No, it's totally fine. It's good to, like, at least try it. We'll see how... Oh, okay. Oh, that's really nice. You can see... Is that new? I haven't been on people's islands in a really long time. Look at this. You can see whether or not it's full. Ah! That's gonna make those treasure islands, like, so much easier. No, I really do need to go to, like, a treasure island. Yeah, I think that's new. That's really nice. Such a nice little quality of life update. It's really, I mean, they didn't get rid of the excessive dialogue trees, but at least they did that. That's really nice. Super good. Sean needs to get on people's islands here really soon. Because, like, we need to get that boy hooked up. Wait, is that my title currently? I totally forgot. Oh no! I totally forgot that was my title on my game. Ooh! Yes, that museum entrance. Oh my goodness. I love that. Okay, I have prezzies. I brought prezzies. Ooh, okay, that loading screen was making me nervous. Oh, okay. Oh, hey. I have not been going to places a lot, so. Alright, that's good, that's good. Hello! We're here, we're here, we're here. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, hang on, hang on, hang on. I have stuff for you. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. A drop. A drop. A drop. I have so much shit in my pockets. No room. Shoot dang. Oh no, do you have a bunch of stuff in your pockets? Oh no, oh no, oh no. The inventory management of this game, I cannot. Hilarious. Here, do you want to be on stream? If you don't want to be like talking while on stream and stuff, you definitely do not have to, but it does make it slightly easier to see what the other person is doing. But only if you want. There we go. Okay, cool, cool. Let's roll. Yeah, let's do it. It makes it a little easier to talk rather than just relying on emotes and like I still have a huge latency, which is pretty silly. So, oh, what is this? What is? Oh my goodness. Okay, I just saw. Hello. I just saw your little stove thing. Oh. Okay, you're good. Unlock the volume on that. Turn that
Okay, okay, I did it.
You did it! Yay!
That was stressful. I
I'm
hate
sorry.
when Discord does the thing where it does the thing where it switches your import and your output and you don't want it to.
Oh
You know?
yeah. Yeah, I know.
It's super annoying.
It is not at all cool. That stove is amazing. And
Thanks.
and what?
You want one? I'll make you one.
Oh, is it a DIY? I don't think I got that
Yeah.
DIY. Did I might
It's a
have, and I would
kitchen.
just
Stone kitchen.
like way
Ooh,
too. Oh,
is that you?
oh,
Mario's coming.
Mario. Okay, I will wait. Woo!
You could have asked. No.
He's like, no. Oh my
We're in the middle
goodness.
of stuff.
It's all good. It's okay. Oh, now I get to see legendary greenhorn. Yes. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness
It's
gracious.
a good time.
It is a good time. I'm so glad this dropped when it did, because I was just like, Discord is all sad now. And then this
I
dropped and now
know.
everybody's happy. And I'm like, okay, we're focusing on happy things now. Okay, this is better.
Honestly, so when this drops, right? Like I haven't played Animal Crossing. I can't even tell you in how long. Like
Oh, no.
months. It has been months.
Oh no.
And now I'm like right back, like sucked right back in like quicksand.
Oh, right though?
Ugh,
Like I was
it's
working,
awful.
I was like grinding away and trying to get my island like kind of to where I wanted it. And then, yeah, it was just like, this is tedious and I'm tired. And I was thinking about resetting again. And then they were like, oh my God, let's stop. I'm like, ah!
I get all the things. I know. I'm like, I've come to a stalemate on my island. Like there are certain areas of it that are pretty empty that I'm like, ooh, what do I do with this area?
I don't know.
Like this stove is just like chilling here, but it
Yeah.
it actually isn't supposed to be here. Like I just put it there to cook stuff easily.
Oh, there you go. I don't think I brought,
Hooray!
I didn't bring mine. I have ice cream. You see
Did you
this?
get all the new emotes, by
got-
the way?
I got ice cream. I haven't gotten the emotes yet, no, because I've been focusing on Captain
No?
Tours. And I think you get them from Nook Miles. So
Yeah.
don't mind me, I just put an ice cream in my pocket because that seems sanitary.
It's delicious. Listen, I wanted ice cream
Mm.
today, and Mario went and got what was supposed to be ice cream.
Oh.
You know, like you got it at McDonald's, and McDonald's was like, our ice machine is broken. And I was like, no.
That's why? Why is it always broken?
Why
It's
is it
so
always
weird.
broken?
Oh my goodness, your
Mario,
island is cute.
where you here, Mario? You can have this. I got a present for you. You ready?
Spoopy fences.
Go. You go.
Okay.
For you, boo boo.
Okay.
But it's mainly because I
this is
have no
Eric,
room
right?
for all the boba tea.
I'm sorry. Oh, you have Bo.
What?
Cute.
What? What is that? Oh, do you need to know where Eric is?
I
Let's
think
see.
yeah, I'm just running
Where?
around like trying to find Eric. Oh wait, no,
So
here's
he's
his
like
house.
Across the little bridge. Here's Sylvia. Oh, you found him?
Yeah, I have Eric on my island too, and I was like, wait, where's his house? I know it's a log cabin. And then I recognized it. I was like, there it is. Ah, silly
So
moose.
cute. This stupid Sylvia. I want her gone.
Oh my
Go away,
goodness,
Sylvia.
so cute.
Is he still? He's still cooking, right?
He's still cooking. He's good.
Oh, good.
Are
Mario,
you a
go get-
visitor? Visitor, Eric, we know each other.
You live in two places at once.
It's weird. Cloned the villagers. I'm scared. Where you making?
Mario, come over here. Come, do you want the DIY or not?
It's a
Behold.
recipe. Oh my goodness.
I gotta show you the new reacts because they're freaking great. There's a hula one.
There's a hula one?
There's a hula. There's behold. There's say cheese. There's an eager one.
That's
Work
epic.
it where you like look like a paparazzi.
Yes.
Look, behold. Wait, don't sneeze on me. That's rude.
You
COVID.
got the Rona. Stop it.
You're gonna give me
Oh
the
my goodness.
Rona.
The jarred mushrooms. Oh, it's like dried jarred mushrooms for like making like shiitake broth and stuff. That's adorable. I have a squeaky puppy who is insisting on coming in. Hold up.
Puppy.
Hi, dog.
Hi, puppy.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I had to take out my headphones.
That's okay.
He just wants to be with people.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
He's the most sociable hunting dog I think I have ever met. Because his breed is like they chase down ducks. That's what they do. Hi, Pupper. What's
They
wrong?
chase down ducks.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Pupper?
What is it? Oh, thank you for the kisses. You're a good boy. Whoops! I was blocking the door for Mario. Sorry, Mario.
Oopsies.
Oops. Oh my
Wait,
goodness.
hold on. I'll show you the fun thing.
Oh,
Where are
okay.
you, Mario? Yo, Mario.
Woo!
Where?
We got the
Ah,
zoomies.
wait, hold on. Ooh. Ready?
Okay.
Behold my kingdom.
Yes. That's so good though. I like it.
This is the say cheese.
Oh, very cute.
And then there's work it, which is like stop sneezing.
Why is these gift?
Rude.
Oh, I don't have a mask. I should have brought a mask.
Shoot. And this is the hula.
Oh, very
Hula,
cute. No,
hula.
Gus, get out from under the desk, puppy. You're gonna unplug something.
Uh-oh, puppy. And then double wave. Hello.
Oh, very cute. Oh yeah, there's the
Oh,
Halloween.
Mario.
George puppies, watch that scratches. Oh my goodness gracious. Silly dog.
Yay. So there's like this big wide open area back here that I need to do something fun with. And like this is probably gonna be my garden. Now that you brought me all these fun things. plants.
Yay! Okay. Living that farm girl life in Stardew and in here.
Yes, of course. Because then
Yes.
it leads up to my mushroom forest.
Oh, is Sylvia? Oh yeah, found Sylvia. Purple kangaroo. Wow.
Yep.
The pineapple
Annoying.
dress was a choice.
That is her default dress, and that is all she wears because I refuse to give her anything of value because I want her to leave.
Oh my goodness. Holy pumpkin patch.
Yeah, want some pumpkins?
I got lots. I just emptied like my entire inventory of all of my pumpkins because it was like, oh yeah, you're out of storage because I am still on the last
Yeah.
house upgrade.
Oh.
Yeah.
You brought me so many cotton candies.
Yeah, had so many cotton candies for the fireworks.
Many.
It was really cool. And then they had a bunch of like, there was a lot of like sweet treats and all sorts of really cool things. And then they had Uchiwa fans and like the sparklers and all that stuff too. So I have an insane amount of fireworks in my. You have already put up that pergola. Just
I
like
did.
wham bam,
did.
thank you, ma'am. Here it
did.
is. She has arrived.
I have arrived. It's my favorite. I
It's
love
so
those
good.
colors.
Those colors are really great.
And I couldn't remember the name of it earlier, so I asked Mario. I'm like, oh, do you know what color your Pergosaurus Rex, your
Fergosaurus.
Purdue, Purdy Pumpkin? Like I literally I came up with everything, but I could not remember the name of that thing for the
Right?
life of me.
The only reason I even remember it is because of friggin' Fixer Upper. Like my mom watched it incessantly, and there's always a freaking pergola in Fixer
Always.
Upper. It's like this is the only reason I remember this.
If anyone would like some fossils, I don't know if you have all the fossils yet, but if you don't, even if you do, feel free to take some fossils.
I have all the fossils. I'm looking for a Quetzal wing though.
I have a Stegotorso, an Iguanodon tail. Let's see what else I got. I got a Diploneck and a Diploneck. Is that it? I got two Diplon. Oh no, a Pachytail.
Baggy
Nice.
tail.
It's
Nuts.
all good. I've been just still incessantly selling them because they're pretty high ticket, so it works really, really well. Whoa.
Woo. Yeah, those are all like my spoopy things because I took down the spoopy stuff before you came.
Oh, it's like, my Christmas decoration is still up. Oh no, no.
No, we can't have the skeletons on the island.
Skeletons
Wait, did I
are
give you permission
year-round.
to shake my trees, Mr. Lima? Rude.
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 As far as I'm concerned, skeletons are year-round. That's just me, though. I buy primarily like drinkware during Halloween because I can find skull cups, and it's important because
Such
I
a
must
good idea.
live my best Viking princess life
Skull
by
life.
pretending to drink from the skull of my enemies. That's just how we have to do.
You know, important things.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I have priorities.
Priorities. Oh my Lanta. So you saw my mushroom forest, right?
I'm going to see your mushroom forest like right now.
Oh, that's my favorite part of the island besides like NASA up in the back corner.
Yeah, that's super duper cute.
I originally put the Pachysaurus Rex thing, the
Oh yeah,
per-
pergola.
pergola.
Yeah.
right
And it's
here,
just gonna
but
be a
then I was like,
Pachysaurus
"Meh."
now.
It's a Pachysaurus.
Yeah, it's really good.
Pertosaurus. And then oh look, Judy's up here. What you doing up here, Judy?
Checking
This
it
is like
out.
my star watching, you know, like when when Owlette comes over.
Oh yeah, this is a good spot. This is a good.
I'm
Yeah.
like having such a hard time with names today. When Owlette comes over.
I don't
this
even
is
know.
where we
It's-
watch the stars.
I don't know wordses. I don't know how to word scoop.
Nope. Don't know. Like my little satellites over here.
Very
And then we
cute.
got Easter Island in the back over there to the left. It's real fun. Real
Very
fun.
cool. Very cool. I have Judy too. Mark, the 6-year-old, spotted her on a villager hunt and was like, "You need to take her home." And I'm like, "Wow, my dude." Which he has a Switch Lite, and so we need to get it. He's been using my copy of Animal Crossing, so it makes it a little hard for him to be able to play with me. But if we get him his own copy, I'm going to see if I can't get Judy into boxes so that he can take her. So I'm like, here, you have your own island.
Aw,
Here, just take her.
That's adorable. My bedroom has like Judy's like wallpaper in it, like the stars.
Oh yeah, that's really
And
cool.
I love it. This is my zoomy path.
Zoomy path. Ah! Get the skid. Can't get the
Yep.
skid. There it is. There's the skid.
There it is. There it is. Whee!
It's good. Very good. Oh shoot! I just ran through your flowers because I'm a.
You can literally. This is what these are for because they're so like mums are so, in my opinion, they're ugly. So like you know,
Oh, yeah?
these are anyway. So I just literally go like, this is my ADD flower patch. I just run through them all the time. Like
It's like a
you know,
fidget
they always
toy.
say, go run through the flowers. And I'm like, no, run through my flowers.
Okay.
please, run
Okay.
through."
Cool. Good to know. Oh, the Zen Garden
Oh no,
looks good.
don't tell me that.
What?
Mario said the game froze for him, and I said, don't tell me that.
Oh
If
no.
you glitch us out, I'm gonna be so upset.
It's all good. You've got your. Oh well. I mean, this has to
Ooh.
save. Oh, this is all very cute. Good Zen Garden.
My Zen Garden.
I want to put one in somewhere, probably right outside Zucker's house because Zucker's entrance is a little crowded.
That would be so smart. Yes.
He's already got like a food. I gave him like a food stall alley thing for like street food. I think it's pretty cute, but I
because
think
his whole inside is like, oh, you don't have him though. You were talking about that. 'cause
Yeah.
The Zucker you have is the original house. Like,
yeah,
in
he's
Astopia.
got like a starter house, which yeah, that's another like. Do I kick him out with an amiibo card and then immediately get him back just to get his house? Which then I have to start the whole friendship process with him all over, which is
It's a tricky question.
yeah. Do I
What are
do
you doing
that?
there, Mr. Lima? What are you doing, Lima? Are you selling my fruit? Are you robbing me?
He is over
Oh
here.
my Lanta!
All up in it.
Rude. I guess like he really takes the what's mine is ours to
Oh, yeah.
heart, you know?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's yours is ours and what's mine is ours. Ooh, I forgot about my message in a bottle. Shoot.
Oh shoot. Yeah, you
Shoot
should
nut.
get that.
I picked it. Oh, you gave me the trick or treat basket, Mario?
Oh.
Oh, it's a pile of cash? What?
What? Oh,
Is
that's
this
one of the
that
new
one
ones.
That's been around?
That's one of the new ones. Yeah, just pile of cash. So you can.
What the fuck?
I know. So you can just live your
Sorry,
best.
I don't know if you swear. Oh my god.
Oh, yes, I
just,
do.
Like totally.
Oh yes, I do.
Okay,
Don't
good.
even worry about
Ooh,
it.
ooh,
You're good.
I just had
No,
a moment.
I have a
We swear
mature
our kid-
content
oh
warning
My god.
on my chat. Like, nah, if you're gonna come in here, you gotta just understand.
You gotta understand that this is how it is.
This is
okay?
how it is. We are
Oh
not
man,
family
but you need
friendly.
like 100,000 bells to be able to make it. That's like for the people that have all this
Wow.
money and I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, the people who like worked the stock market at the beginning of the game real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
just bonkers.
yeah. No. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
me.
Yeah.
Not me.
I gotta do that at some point. You know, I gotta like do the whole
Yeah.
whole stock market thing. What do you got? What you got there?
This
oh,
is-
your fan.
This is a little fan. It's real cute. See.
Oh my god! Look, I'm gonna put a popsicle in my hand.
It's really
It
cute.
is.
Actually, I haven't
It's a
even
fudgicle.
tried this. Oh, it's a rave now. Ah!
Yummy.
Oh, it's
my
a rain.
God.
It's rainbow, and it changes colors every time you wave it. What in the world?
Wait, I think I have one of those. Hold on, let me go get it.
Probably. I think they've been in the game a while, and I just haven't gotten one yet. Oh no, that's real fun. I like that. I also have ice cream.
Hold on. I think I have. I don't know that mine changes color though. Wait. Oh my god, yours is cool. I don't think mine's that cool. I think it's pretty basic compared to that. All right, let's look.
Okay, Red's
Oh, man,
raffle
I'm
is.
accidentally eating this pop. I didn't mean to eat the popsicle.
Yeah, you can eat a popsicle. Oh, that's a really good
I
use of
don't
that
wanna.
rock. That would
Anyway.
be like a kind of a hard rock to decorate, but that's really cool. The Easter Island head
Right?
with the torches, that works. I like that a lot.
Thank you. I was that.
I might need an
Grandma,
ADHD
the grand-
flower patch in because this is like legit fun. It's very satisfying. I can't really place why.
Well, thank you. I do love that. I love the layout that I was given for this island. I have to say.
This is
because
good.
I was like,
Uh-oh.
"Are you leaving?" Pain in the ass. Goodbye.
Poor Mario. Oh no.
Oh my Lanta. Goodbye. You look like a thug.
Yeah,
With a big hat.
it looks. Yeah.
And it's probably because you came and robbed me blind.
It was on purpose, on brand. Isn't.
Which Brit? Brit? Friggin' our Brit has sugarcane.
Can we come over? If I bring
she said
her-
she can open her gates.
I
You're
will.
friends with her, right?
Oh, I don't know if I am. Shoot, dang. Hang on.
She probably has her code somewhere, and if not, we can get it.
Tell her I will bring her a boba. Do you want a boba?
Tell Brit that that Zoe will bring her a boba, and we all want to come over. And also, is she friends with Zoe? Because
I don't think we are.
well, you know,
I can actually find this out really easily. What am I doing? Hello.
nobody wants to visit your island. I'm just kidding.
Like
Yeah, mine doesn't
friggin' nerd,
change color. Yours, what?
friggin' nerd Brit.
Yeah, freaking nerd break.
No, I don't have her.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay, I'ma yeet myself off the island and then
Well, don't yeet yourself.
diving into the ocean.
drop-
Yeet.
Don't yeet. It's fine. You don't need to die. It's okay.
Oh goodness gracious.
You could use the airport. That's okay. Is she gonna open her island?
Oh.
And is she dropping her friend code in the chat? In the did you ask her? Mario, why don't you know, get your shit together?
Oh, I might
Jesus.
have to run to Harv's and grab her carrots. And does she have carrots and wheat? She might have carrots and wheat.
Let me ask her. Zoe needs your code.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just run and grab like a bunch of like carrot and wheat starts, and then maybe we can just all like trade
We
shit.
can also start our shit together. I have boba tea. Look, see, the boba tea is coming in. It's coming in clutch.
Super cool.
Super cool. Thanks for the ice cream and the boba tea.
You're
And
very
all of the
welcome.
other beautiful, wonderful things.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, my light stick doesn't change color like yours does. What the
Yeah.
heck?
Well, I just got that from Red's raffle, like on Harv's Island. So actually, you know
Oh,
what?
it's
The
a-
flyover of my island does not look half bad. I'm actually pretty happy with that. All right.
Good. Hooray! I'm gonna start my. Oh wait. So how do you start the garden stuff? You just gotta just plant it.
Yeah, you plant it.
You just toot toot. That's it.
Yep. And then you
Okay.
have to water it too.
Well, yeah. Did you like put down like like brown stuff on the floor first or no?
I did just
On
to
the
like
ground.
denote
Give
that
it
it
a
was.
little ambiance.
Yeah, denote like this is where we do our farming now. Okay.
Okay.
Let me. Okay. I'm gonna get Brit.
Brit's code?
Friend code. I'm just gonna post a friend code in the friggin' nerds. Like anybody can add me. I don't care. It's good.
There you
Oh,
go.
good.
I'm gonna close my gate so that I can put down my fresh floor, aka ground, aka dirt, aka garden. And then I'm gonna go to Brit's Island.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Dog? She doesn't have a dog. What is she talking about?
I don't know. Okay.
She doesn't have a dog anymore.
I'm gonna go load my pockets up with carrots and wheat to bring to Peeps.
Did she mean my god?
She might
Oh,
have.
dog's thing for my mom.
Oh.
I
Uh-oh.
was like,
What?
dog,
What?
dog?
What are you talking about? The phone is ringing, and so the dog is barking.
Oh my Lanta.
Bark, 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 bark. This is, yeah,
Work.
this is Gus.
Gus.
This is the Gus. It's actually quite helpful because sometimes Grandma can't hear the phone ring, but she can hear the dog borking his head off, so it works. It's
That's
actually
so cute.
It's quite nice to have. So
Oh, it's raining finally. Remember how I said, oh, I think it's gonna rain on my island?
oh, hey, that means that you
good.
might have that means day after you might have a gyroid pop up on your island. Yeah,
Real talk?
real.
It's like spitting rain. It's like not even like real rain. It's like,
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I
oh
can
yeah.
come back to my gameplay because I'm posting a switch code. How to enter a friend code? It's been a minute. Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, right? I had to remember how to do everything again.
Yeah, it's.
Where's Mike when you need him? Mike, 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 Mike.
Okay. Leaf, my dude. Here we go. I'm gonna buy out your whole stock, Leaf. I got friends. We gotta swap all the produce so we can all cook the delicious recipe.
We gotta do all the things, Leaf.
It's gonna be okay, my man. How many am I bringing? I don't know. We're just gonna load up.
All right. How many? Let's see. So what happens? Do they like keep growing? Is it like pumpkins where they keep respawning?
Yeah, pretty much. From what I can tell, anyway.
Fabulous.
I hope
Okay.
so, because if like it's gonna be this hard to get them, like I don't want to do this every time I want to regrow stuff. So I don't think it's gonna be like I don't think it's gonna be any different.
I hope so.
Okay. Maybe I'll hit up
So if
red and
it's
see if
raining, I don't need to rewater if it's raining. Right?
No, you don't.
Huzzah!
I'm gonna maybe I'll see if red has another one of those. Oh, yay! Friend request. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go back to
Hey, she did it.
hide a screen. Hide a screen. Perfect.
At least this isn't like Stardew where you actually need a scarecrow or else the crows will come and eat your shit.
Right? Oh, okay.
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 Do you know if Brit's gates are open? Oh no, can I dig up the plants once I've buried them? If I bury it wrong? Nuts. Yeah, I can. Oh good.
Yeah, you can. You're good. Okay.
That was nerve wracking. It was like, hey,
How many do I
that
have in
wasn't
my
where I wanted
pockets?
you. This isn't like Stardew where you like, you know, once you plant it, it's there forever. And
Yeah.
sorry if you want to move it, but that's not how this game works.
Not how this is gonna work. Not any of this works.
Like, I literally hate when I plant a tree like too close to something else, and then I'm like, well, like especially the edge of like
Okay.
you know anything, and then you're like, well, shit, now I gotta destroy the whole freaking tree because
We'll destroy the world.
destroy the tree, destroy the world. Gotta go.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more bulk of both, so that way I just have 20 of each. Like, how many
have-
y'all want?
Britt, do you need anything? I don't have much, but I wish I could give her the like. I wish I could go get a second DIY from Eric.
Yeah, seriously.
That would be so helpful.
And it looks like either they're crafting or they're cooking. There's not gonna be a villager crafting and a villager cooking. Which is
Oh, good to
sucky.
know.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, Marina's crafting. I wonder who's cooking, and nobody was doing anything. And I was like, oh man, come on. Okay, no, I cannot resist your stupid raffles, Red. God, they're just might have more ice cream. I don't know. We'll see. 9. What was that? Oh, I got a chocolate cone. That's cool. A chocolate ice cream. Ooh, okay, cool. Brooke is adding me as well. Yay! Okay, let's see here.
Hooray!
So many friends.
Like Mario robbed me of all my fruit.
Came in, shook her trees, and bugged off. Like, goodbye.
Goodbye. Taking all your shit with me.
Okay, I'm only gonna do this a couple of times, which probably isn't great, but oh well, alright. No, oh
Britt
wait,
said she's doing fruit.
okay, I accidentally did it again. Oh, I'm,
Oh, I might have pumpkin. Do I have pumpkin starts? Let me see.
canned orange juice? What?
Can you plant a pumpkin and start a pumpkin plant?
Yes, you can. That's how I got the specific colors.
Oh, fabulous. She missed pumpkins. Perfect.
Oh, she missed pumpkins? I have a lot.
I'm gonna bring her all my pumpkins. No, don't bring her pumpkins.
Oh,
Don't bring
girl,
her
bring her
pumpkins.
pumpkins.
Don't do it.
You got this.
Bring her all the pumpkins.
Okay. Friggin' canned orange juice from Red. It is so cute.
Canned orange juice?
It's a little can and it's got oranges on it.
Oh my god, that sounds adorable.
It's super cute. And I was just at Brewster's and he said that starting tomorrow I can do coffee to go.
I saw that. I was wondering, so I was kind of disappointed in Brewster because I was like, I've heard, you know, with all the Brewster stuff, that like it's supposed to be really cool because you can buy like, you know, specific coffees, you can make them
Right.
different ways and stuff in the other games, right? Like this one seems kind of lame in comparison. Like all you
There's-
do is you go and buy the same coffee.
Yeah, it's definitely
Really?
stripped down. Like you used to be able to work for him and then you had to memorize everybody's coffee order on your island because everybody had a different one and you had to figure out what their coffee order was going to be because each character has a specific one. And there was like guides online. There's like whole charts and stuff for that online, but it doesn't look like they're going to do that this go.
Isn't it Azkaban? Mario's like, what's your island name? Like, I'm pretty sure it's Azkaban because they used to do Azka Jam nights.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay,
What?
I got to go grab my
What's
boba
the siren?
teas.
What did you just say, Mario? Who's Siren Cove?
That's Lady Brit.
That's Lady Brit.
Mhm.
Ah. Okay, what were you saying? I'm sorry, Zoe.
Oh.
Mario just, you know, did the thing.
I forget. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Oh no! Oh yeah, that he used to have the thing where you like used to run around and you
Yeah.
know.
You like
I wish that they had it like that. Like I'm super disappointed that they don't.
Yeah, it would be a lot of fun if they did. Like
A lot of fun. Ooh, can I plant plants on her? Are we best friends, she and I? I don't know.
Okay.
Cause I could pick up some of my pumpkin plants and bring it. Oh shit, that was my fence.
oh no.
I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
I hate when that happens.
Keep running into the trees. It looks really good, but I keep running into the palm trees. This is a problem.
It's a problem.
Okay, I'm bringing Brit carrots and wheat and a couple of boba teas
Carrots
and
wheat boba tea.
yeah, a chocolate popsicle because I figured she would get a hoot out of that. So
Heck yeah.
okay.
Hold on. I'm just picking all my pumpkins. Bring to Brittany.
Okay, let's see
Picking
here.
all my pumpkins.
Oh yes,
Ta-da!
just got in between my shoulder blades to pop. Hell yeah,
Ooh. That's the best.
it's pretty great. Oh, I'm flying over with the with this silly title on my passport again.
I think I don't even know what mine is anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Either. Like, Mario, do you know what mine is? I don't know. I'm asking you. Do you know what mine is? Never mind.
Which island you
My
want to go to?
passport
Holy
title.
buckets. Oh,
Don't know.
Wiz Azkaban, Wiz Guide BB. Okay.
Yeah.
Depart. I come with snacks. This is how we party in Animal Crossing. You bring snacks.
Right? I've got all the like. I literally have so many pumpkins.
You had so
I'm bringing
many.
her all the pumpkins that were in that patch.
Oh my gosh. Oh, getting interference.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Oh, is it
it's
because
okay.
of me?
No, I don't think
Sorry, I
so.
was-
It's all good. It's
Okay,
all good.
good.
Okay, I can check again, so.
Oh, it might be because she's trying to add somebody. Yeet.
Oh, okay. Oh no,
Okay.
she's adding somebody. That's okay. That's okay.
Might be it. I don't know.
I'll give her a minute and I'll see if Brooke sent me a request. Oh, okay, not yet. All good.
So at one point, like my whole island, I was gonna make it all Jurassic Park themed, and then I was like, that's just too hard.
I've seen island tours of that and it's impressive. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was having some issues there for a second, but now it's good. So,
Everyone's filing in single file. Oh, are you going now, Zoe? Then I should wait.
Oh yeah, I'm going now. I'll let you know when I land. In that way.
Okay.
I'll call you when I land, Mom.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh. Oh. I have to figure out what my uptime is. Holy buckets, we're coming up on 5 hours.
Damn.
Wow. Oh, Britt has all the festival banners and stuff. Oh. Very cute.
How did she miss pumpkins if she's got all the festival stuff?
I missed festival, so
Oh, she would have told me. I would have brought.
it's all good.
I would have given you some shit.
It's all good. I'll hit it when it comes back around again. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do anything with the items, so I was just like, it's fine. I was like, I'm gonna do stuff with the pumpkin items though. Listen, it's spooky season.
The confetti cannons and whatnot are pretty fun.
Oh yeah, those are pretty great. Yeah.
Pretty great. They have game show podiums?
What?
What?
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
But like she changes it like every other day.
Okay. I landed. Somebody else is on their way though.
It's probably me.
Oh, hey.
But I forgot to shut down my island designer app, so now Dodo is like, "Hey, you asshole,
Why'd you
you
do
didn't
that?
shut down your app, you dumbass."
Okay.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. You gotta tell me what my title is.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what it is anymore.
See here.
I hope it's not too
Savvy something or other.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good. That's good. I like that.
Good. It's just like the cold. What the heck was yours? Cold something influencer.
Cold sensitive, maybe? I don't even know.
Yeah, cold sensitive. I think that's what it was.
Which, like, yikes.
Is this the price? Where's the price? Oh, is this the Price is Right area over here?
Not
Oh my
sure.
god, look at all this. She's insane.
She's doing.
She claims she's in cleanup mode.
What cleanup,
Welcome to Azkaban,
girl?
y'all.
What cleanup?
What cleanup? You make me feel like a slacker.
It's so good.
She's such a perfectionist.
I'm in cleanup mode. I still have like a whole quadrant of my island that isn't even done yet. It's just like trees.
Same.
It's
Did you see my like? I have wide open spaces.
Yeah,
I was like, look, you have so much space on your island.
It looks really good. But like it is that whole thing of like, what do I do with this gigantic open space over here?
Yes.
And then there are people who are like, I really wish the islands was bigger, and I'm like, what?
Why?
But
oh my
I
God,
guess.
where'd you get bubbles, Britt? I want to know where you got bubbles.
Oh, that's also
Want bubbles?
fireworks. I thought for sure you would have had the bubbles, and so I would have brought you some. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, where'd she
okay.
go? Where's this girl?
Grab one. Okay, I have to
Ooh,
split
who's that?
my
Is that Mike?
inventory. Nope, wrong. Hang on.
Who is that? Is that Mike? Or is
It-
she just is she Mike right now?
I'm not sure.
She's clapping for me.
Okay, I'm splitting up my inventory, trying to get stuff like. It puts them in stacks of 10, and I'm trying to give out stacks of 5.
Who's sneezing? Is that you, Mario? Don't you dare take my pumpkins. The only reason I knew it was you is because
hang
of the freaking sneeze. God.
Okay, whipping out my online app because you can use the online app to chat in game with your phone keyboard instead of the Switch keyboard, which is pretty great.
What? Can you beat him? Time to get the app, lol.
Drop.
Ooh, look at all these DIYs.
Okay, so there's the
that?
carrots. Oh, I should have done this before I came, and then I did not, and it was a mistake. Okay, I've got carrots and wheat in stacks of 5, so I've got 4 stacks. Got stacks of carrots. We rolling in the carrot. Here we go.
Rolling in carrot.
And with the root vegetables.
I know her island is always crazy.
This is amazing. I don't think the chat came through. I don't actually know. And
A knitted grass pack. These DIYs.
oh, the knitted grass backpack is cute. It's a really good
I'm so
item
excited.
to like use the weeds on because. Oh shoot! Dang.
Do I have the bamboo basket one? I don't remember. Nope, apparently not. I don't have a lot of these, apparently.
Oh
Whoops.
wow. Okay.
Hello. Woodland wall? Do I have that one? Nope.
That I think is a fall DIY. I worked
Heck
like the
yeah.
mushroom DIYs. I worked really hard to get the mushrooms because I needed those mush lamps like so bad.
Yep. I have so many mushrooms and nothing, like, I don't know. Where do you get the DIYs for the mushroom stuff?
It's all in balloons or from your villagers during November. It was a heckin' grind.
I bet.
Woo! Okay, and then
Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Shoot.
Bobas. Oopsies.
Oopsies.
Okay. Here we go. Beef. My man, my dude. How many times have they cloned you? I'm sorry, sir.
Who?
Leaf.
Oh. Oh, I have to go talk
Okay.
to him still. Whoops.
What do you? Yes, sugar canes.
Paper bush.
All of them. Thank you.
All
Gonna
of them.
Get a bunch. I'll get some for Sean too, and Marky Moo.
A golden toilet, you say?
Whoa, heck! The ultimate
Oh, I
throne.
already know it. Nuts. Golden throne.
There, I am buying out your inventory. Don't even worry about it.
My god, look at our little DJ setup over here. Oh my god, Britt. Such an overachiever.
It's amazing. Cannot.
I'm learning so many DIYs right now. It's like in real life with Brittany. You just like, you know? Learn all the DIYs with her. Oh, heck.
Okay. How many am I? How many have I gotten
Do
so
I know
far?
the
I've
birdhouse?
lost count.
I think I already know this, right?
Somebody needs to help me keep count because I keep losing track of what I am doing.
Oh no. We need a Chris.
Like, how many times have I hit the button? A million. I can't remember.
Do I have the traditional straw coat on this one? Nope, I don't.
Okay.
I'm about to make this for all of my villagers so they can all be...
Steffi! She's back. She's done with dinner.
Hello, Steffi. How are you?
Okay.
I got a
I think
bamboo
I'm
candle
good.
holder.
Oh,
Yeah.
Muffy! So cute.
Zoe, come check out all these DIYs. Do you have them all already?
I don't know.
down here,
Holy
guys.
bucket. Oh, Joe's back home. Hello, Joe. Brit, what in
Joe.
the heck? What is, look at this, the podiums with the buzzer and a light. Are you kidding me right now?
Wild. I haven't even made it that far. I'm just like going through all the DIYs. I haven't even made it to the reason that I'm here, which is for Leaf. I
Okay.
have the bamboo lunchbox?
Okay, do I have... I'm gonna do... And then, yay! Oh my goodness.
What?
Just this whole place.
I'm not seeing anything yet. Hold on. There's like a single leaf. Like you can just make a leaf.
Yep. What is this?
That's fun.
Oh my gosh, the... Okay, I have most of these. Has...
I don't know.
Holy
Maybe I didn't hyper focus
buckets.
on this game enough since all these new DIYs came out.
Shell fountain. Okay, pretty sure I've got all this. Yeah.
There's some stuff that I'm like, nope, definitely don't. What?
There. It's like, she's halfway got a catalog island going on over here.
I know. Oh, good job. Eating your nummies.
Oh, she's
good
got a
job.
sleigh over here if you need like smiss.
What? She has Lucky? Who's
She
that?
has Lucky?
She has
Oh,
Lucky.
I don't think I
miss
have
Lucky.
aroma pot. Oh, I do. Oh, never mind. I
Who's in
lied.
the paper bag? Who's in the paper bag?
Oh, coconut juice. I actually really don't have that. Wait, where to go? No, where to go? There it is. Okay, because I desperately need the coconut juice for doing speakeasies. Yes. Perfect.
Bless you. Sorry if that was terrifying. Here, I help, Britt. I help the cause. Oh yeah, there's the sleigh. Wait, I feel like I have this recipe.
The sleigh? Entirely
I guess not.
possible.
Never mind. I have a sleigh, I just don't have the recipe for it. I want the umbrella stand, thank
I think
you.
I'm good. Ironwood low table.
Okay, I have to go see the rest of the island now.
Just so distracting because it's like, what is this? Oh my gosh, she has so many, all of the
What is this?
DIYs. Okay.
Well, she had posted, like, if you need DIYs, hang a right, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, yes.
Okay, yes, please.
I
That
will
was
do that.
good. Thank you.
Thank you, I need them. Like the full-length mirror. I am so slacking on DIYs and I didn't realize it until just now. Hi,
Okay,
bro.
how many stacks of... Okay, I have 30 sugarcane. That will hopefully be enough.
Hopefully.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because I'm going to send some to Sean, and I'm going to make sure Murky gets some too.
You said Sean the way I would say Sean.
Sean?
Sean.
It's from Psych, which Dulé Hill says Sean whenever like
Sean.
Sean's getting out of hand. He's just Sean. Oh, the lag, the dropped frames. Look out! Holy, my internet is like help. Okay, it's catching up. It's okay. It's okay. You got this, internet. You can do this.
You can do it.
I believe at you.
Please don't.
Holy
Please don't do it.
cow! This is so
Okay, I
good.
think I have all these now. Okay. Oh my god, I want her bar. I want this.
Oh, does she have a
want
tiki bar?
No, she has the ice bar.
Oh, that
I
thing is
heard you.
cool. And then there's a drink set that's made out of ice
I would
too.
like
That's
it.
actually really cool. And I think that's during like snowy times. And I didn't play much during snowy times. This is cute. Little beach like sitting area. What even? Brooke, excuse me, ma'am. This is a Wendy's. Did she build it? Excuse you. Yes, I would also like to know.
Where is Leaf? Hold on. I gotta find my boy Leaf. I have no idea where he is. Oh, here he is.
Oh, I don't think. Why am
It is the most
I?
perfect day for flowers. I don't need any holly. I have a lot. Thank you, though.
Did she do a force perspective castle? Cause like,
I don't know yet. Hold on.
where it was, she
need
was over here.
Sugarcane, please. I want them all. I wish you could actually buy them in bulk.
Yeah, instead of 5, like 5 at a time is not in bulk. Have you been to a Costco, sir?
Excuse me, sir. Have you bought from a wholesale shop? That's what I would like here. See, Mario goes, oh, you know, I was like, oh, I'm a little disappointed with, you know, some aspects of this update, not including some of the things that we want, right? And Mario was like, what do you mean? You're getting everything you could possibly ever want. I'm like, no, because you can't buy more than one thing from the ATM at a time.
Yeah,
He's like, so
the
I'm like, okay, sure. So
the
he started playing
menus.
again. Then he goes, oh, I see.
yeah,
Now
the
I
menus
understand.
it's still just excessive. I don't know where her
Annoying.
castle is. I am confused. I am help. Okay, Brooke is
Top
over
left,
there.
Mario said.
Top left. Okay. Brooke, go and get some of those carrots. I brought those for you too. Unless everybody has carrots. I don't know how this is working right now.
You could tell her.
Holy
Oh.
buckets. She's already got the castle walls that just came out in the update.
What?
Like these just
No.
came out for people who do forced perspective shit, and oh my gosh.
Oh,
What?
I didn't mean to buy just one.
I don't, how? How?
How many sugar canes do I have?
Has she been going to just catalog islands this whole time in order to get this stuff? Because this is
Basically, I think
incredible.
so.
This is
She's
incredible.
freaking crazy, dude. She goes through crazy. Like she literally is. She's crazy.
I can't.
She is.
It's amazing.
She does all the things. It's wild.
Amazing.
Mario, did you buy sugar cane already?
Okay, I'm taking pictures because this is.
Here, can you take this one that I accidentally bought by itself? Because I can't do the odd number thing.
It's just like, no. Oh my goodness.
Can't do it.
No, not happening. This is.
I'm
She's
just
got
gonna leave it here
2
for
of
you,
the
okay?
wisteria pergolas. And then she's got like, I don't know how many topiaries over here. Like this legitimately took 5 ever. Okay, I don't think my link is actually working for whatever reason.
Your link for what?
The app. It's being weird at me.
Oh no. Oh my god, here are the buzzers, Mario. Look.
They're so good.
This is wild.
Okay, so yeah, she's only got the sugar cane, so I dropped all the carrots for her. Oh,
That is
uh-oh.
so cool.
I froze. Okay. Oh, don't do that to me, internet. Don't you even cut you.
Cut you. Over here. Follow me, follow me. And then I'll go see the castle. Oh, she has a lost item.
Sucker!
What are these pretty flowers? What is this?
I don't know
this?
what the flower thing is. What in the heck? Whoever put these in. I love this. It's so good. It's so fun.
Oh my god. The buzzers?
Oh my gosh. The buzzers are great. The buzzers are amazing. Oh, and she's got Muffy. Muffy is awesome. It's goth sheep. You have to love it.
I haven't seen Brit yet.
I know. Put the castle wall out. All right.
Oh, that's Brit. Okay. I was like, who has the bag on their head?
Okay, I'm gonna run into her.
It's like a
nooks and
small
see what
world.
Nooks has.
How the hell did she do?
Back up and look up.
Oh! What's this? Spaghetti carbonara, and it's like
Oh my god.
in her nooks, and it's like steaming. It's got like the egg yolk in the middle of it. Like
What?
oh.
In her nook shop?
In the nook shop, yeah, and it's one of the little items. So
Amazing.
like, You can buy more of them. Hyacinth lamps!
Hyacinth lamps. Where I find?
Those are a DIY. Took me forever to get that one too. And then you have to have the purple
I need to
hyacinth.
download. Hold on, I gotta download the freaking app because I forgot.
I don't know how to get this linked correctly. Settings. User information. .me. Hello. Yes. It's not linking up, I don't think. I don't know why.
Oh, I was waving at you. I think that's Brooke, isn't it? Isn't this Brooke?
This is insane. This is amazing.
I'm dancing with Brooke. She's throwing the confetti and I'm dancing.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I freaking love it.
Oh, hi Mike. Oh, kiddo's bedtime. Okay.
Aww. Oh, she's gonna keep blowing the confetti over there, huh?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah, I don't
what
think I
else
had-
am I supposed to be seeing?
I should have done Carnival for the reactions, because the Carnival reactions are pretty good, actually. Or Festival,
Right?
not Carnival. What do I have? Oh, whoa.
She's got stuff to plant over here. Like she got her little planty things over there.
Oh, I did buy the reactions last night. Okay, cool. Glad I got that.
Hooray!
Forgot that I had
Where is
done
her
that.
Nook shop?
It's like right next to
Oh.
her resident services.
Her plaza. I see it now. Bardo's like, yeah, you're stupid.
Oh my goodness, very like so good. So good. It is.
Oh my god, look at the noodles. Noodling. Oh, who's leaving?
Oh, on their way here.
Oh,
Okay,
someone's
cool.
coming here. Who's coming?
Um,
Who's coming?
I will say this is a
Is it right?
super nice game to play when you have kiddos, because it's not like I'm not actively in a match like with like Pokemon Unite or
Yup.
something along, or like Minecraft where I could be attacked at any moment. And so it's really easy to like put down and help out and like, oh, hang on, I need to go and do like a load of laundry real quick. I can just put the game down and then go and do that and come back to it. So
Okay.
when we're doing snuggle time, it works out.
Snuggle
pretty
time?
Oh, it's a Steph.
It's Steffi.
Steph. Yeah, I try to get the boys to do like an hour of like quiet compression time like every day, which is kind of hard. And Rory, the 4-year-old, has actually actively needed naps here for a little bit because he was going through a growth spurt and he was real tired and cranky about it.
Oh.
So-
about the growth spurt. I can totally understand that.
So yeah, he was taking like 3-hour naps at like 4 years old. I'm like, it's okay, we are resting our brain. It's good for you. And then
It's
yeah,
totally acceptable.
yeah, and so yeah, it's like, no, we're just gonna sit and we're gonna be calm and we're gonna watch a calm movie and just let our brains decompress for a bit, and then we can go out and we can be wild and crazy and do what we need to do. But quiet time is important.
Yes.
So especially since
It's
like
important.
they're both introverts, like fairly introverted. I mean, so it's like
So
it's
we
good.
know that struggle.
Mhm.
We know that struggle, boys.
We do. Steph! Oh my goodness, with her little space buns. Delta! Welcome! All the friends! All the friends, Delta!
Don't come play with us.
Oh, Steph started a voice chat. Don't know.
Is that
if-
in the thing?
I think that's in the thing. I would have to go get my
It's in
AirPods.
the app.
Hang on.
Ooh. Please avoid using offensive language. Awkward. Who's
Okay,
that?
let's
Is that Steph?
see if I'm gonna have double voice chat going on here.
Oh god. Maybe we should hang up.
Yeah, maybe. I'll see if I can get this to work. So, okay.
Okay.
Cuckoo.
Cool. Bye.
Bye.
Are we?
Oh. Okay, started a voice chat. How do? Oh! Hello? Oh, they're close. Oh yeah, I need to do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, Delta, this is a little bit of a problem. Like we're on the app instead of Discord, and so it makes it so other people can't hear. So it's kind of a problem. So it is all good though. Fuel! Hi, Fuel. Ooh. Okay. It is true, the update is out early. It's kind of nuts. The DLC won't be available until midnight in your time zone, though. And you can't, like, change the time on your Switch or anything like that. It's already registered as, like, you're from you're from this time zone. So it's available for you here. So, yeah, updates out already. I've got all sorts of good stuff. Except I think I might leave Brit's Island because y'all can't hear. Y'all can't hear because we're in the actual app. So look at all of the ice creams. Look at these. So cute. Okay, I'm gonna let him know that I'm actually gonna take off. Okay, so DLC is going to be available in your Nintendo store on the Switch itself. So you're gonna actually here. Let me show you. Just go here, um, and it's actually like at the top of their featured page right now because it's very very popular and very exciting. Um, so oh, it is struggling. I don't think I can do. Nope, not gonna work. It's not gonna work while I'm on this. So. Whew. Britt says that they put the podiums in because of Aska Jam. Once I leave Brit's Island, I can actually probably show you how to do it. Yes. Oh my goodness. I've got 20 carrots up there in the plaza if you guys need carrots and wheat. So. Beep.
I smell like carrot.
You do smell very much like kerosene, my dude. What happened? Oh no.
It's in
Goodness.
my eyes too.
Yeah.
That's never. Chains. Oh. Poor gastronaut.
It's good, Britt. We have littles. No worries. We know how it goes. I think I am gonna dip real quick though because I got more grinding to do. Help! Woo! So I will see you guys later. Thanks for opening up your island, Britt. I really appreciate it. Oh. Oh! Oh, interesting. Let me know when that updates, when you get that up and rolling, because I might dip over. Woohoo! Awesome. Woo. Very cool. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Okay, there we go. Well, that was lots of fun to hang out with those guys for a little bit. I'm gonna. Whew. All right, there we go. Now we've got sugarcane. I don't know how we're gonna get the rest of this stuff. Oh. Hello, Gus. Hey.
Yeah, you got biffed earlier because you got under the desk. Boy, don't.
Oh, do they have to restart the voice chat if I leave? That sucks. That's not cool. I wanna keep talking with my friends on Discord. Oh no! I hope that wasn't me. My interweb's still okay? I'm good. I'm still good. I have to apologize on Discord. Sorry! I hope that. Oh no! Okay. Okay, I still have my starts. I was gonna be so sad. I just about had a panic attack just now. I'm good. I'm fine. Okay, deep breaths. Oh, did we miss? We did miss bio break. That was like a long time ago, I think. Oopsies. Are those? Oh my goodness, there's like jet streams. That's so cute. Okay, I love all of that. Oh no, I went into sleep. Brooke's Switch went into sleep mode. Okay. Well, we need to try and get Leaf on our island so that maybe we can get something different and invite everybody over to us. So. And Britt says that they have a catalog island specifically, which is super awesome. That's how she has all of that epic stuff. So hopefully if she fires up Micah's island, then we could maybe go do a catalog island, which would be ridiculous. It was super chaotic. It was super fun though. Super duper fun. Might just open a voice channel in like the speakeasy for people to hop into and just hang out in while we do stuff, because like this is a long stream, and if it's just me sitting here chatting, it's gonna be just even longer. Having friends to talk to makes it so much more interesting. So I might open up a Discord voice channel in the speakeasy. Actually, hang on. Let's make. Where am I? Here I am. Where am I? Voice channel. Island. Hangout. We're gonna make it private. Actually, no, we're not. Actually, yeah. I am gonna make it private just in case we don't want to get it. We're gonna do all of the Patreons. Gonna make sure that Steph, Annie, we'll put the Sean in there just for fun and just read. The Lynette. Okay. There we go. Make sure those guys are in. There we go. Cool. Just have it open. So, hang on, Lee. Start a Discord. Must be easy. That way, which like everybody's a part of like a million Discords, and mine's fairly quiet. Like we mostly just hang out and talk about this and other stuff. So, but I know everybody's on like a million of them, so like no worries. I'm just gonna disconnect. See you later. Woo! Woo! Where are we landing, boys? Let's go! We land in wherever Leaf is next. Where is the sloth boy? I have a feeling like the "it's the boy" sound from TikTok is gonna get a lot of just like Leaf and everybody buying out his entire stock. Okay, so I need to make sure. I need to get Sean onto the island so I can give him sugar cane. Like, come here. Oh, I didn't water any. What am I doing? I need to water that. Joe came in just absolutely reeking of kerosene. Poor guy, like the kerosene heater at his work was running real rich. Good lord. It was so loud. I was not expecting that in my ears. Hell. Thank you so much for the sound though. Oh, spooking me. That was funny. Okay, did I do? No, I have a thing. So I did my island tour today. All right. Oh, gotta check the Nook stop really quick. No, I don't. I need to stop and do bio break. That's what I need to do. Gosh, ADHD is bad. Okay, so we're doing another bio break because we missed the last one because we were having too much fun looking at people's islands and bringing everybody boba tea and carrots because that's how we roll now. Lee, did you get any carrots on that island? I hope you did. I don't know. But I'm gonna run and take a quick bathroom break. You should too. Get up, stretch, get your wiggles out, get some water, get a sneaky snack, do what you need to do. We're gonna be back here in 5 minutes. So I'll see you guys in 5. Oh, we back. I needed to make a cup of tea, and then Gus was antsy and wanted someone to play with, so I threw the ball a couple times and was a derp with him outside for a bit so that he could just be silly. Oh. Whew, all right. What were we doing? We're visiting our Nook stop. Pause. Even though this is a very nice song. I don't know. Should we mute the I think maybe we should mute the Elgato for a while. Just listen to some ideas. This is actually pretty nice. Like, I love the Animal Crossing. You found 2 gyroids after it rained? What? That is epic. I love that. 2 gyroids. What even? It's amazing. I'm excited. let's see here. Camping cot. I've got a steamroller. That's right. That's what I have right now. I love that. That's super exciting. Okay. Did I do everything? I feel like I did everything for today, and I need to move to the next day so that I can continue rolling. Whoops. Yes, saving it. Yeah, I really needed a cup of tea. Just like yummy, yummy, yummy chai. Oh, it's so good. And I got Cheetos for reasons. Oh, I wish I could do this all the time. I love my kids, but they would not enjoy me doing this. Just like hanging out and streaming, and they need cuddles and they need loves. Important. Plus I love snuggling. Oh, right. Just nice. I really like the Tazo chai because it's got so much black pepper in it. Super yummy. Thai black pepper chai it's so yum. I need to get boba pearl so I can make myself chai boba. Super good. Love milk tea or like tea chai with boba. Super yummy. Yeah, I should. Hang on, let me see. Actually, no. I know that the Korean market has tapioca. I can just go and get boba there. I should not use Amazon. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. Oh. Okay, so day after rain. Okay, also in the Nintendo Online thing, there should be like a island newspaper. Okay, they'll disappear. That's okay. Cute. And the turnip tracker. Okay. Whoop. Bonking the mic. Terribly sorry. Loves his audience requests, so if there's anything you'd like to hear, stop by the plaza and let him know. Okay, I'm glad that Isabelle announces hers now. Ooh, it is calming down. Okay, so we're not gonna need that. And I should be keeping an eye on Twitch for catalog islands popping up, because you know there's already catalog islands out there. Pre 2.0 item. This person has it open. You know. Right, they're so cute. Be friend. Okay, hang on. So, check these out. So I got this off of Brits Island too. Show it off. In the little wood bowl. Are you kidding me? It's so cute. I love it. Okay. What enormous in me? A kettle. Very cute. Cute. Okay. I got rid of a lot of boba, but I also bought a lot of ice cream. Right. Oh, I don't need this. I get this out and I forget. I don't need it because I got Divines now. All right, let's go see the gyroid, see how everything is progressing. There's the sugar cane, courtesy of Britt. Actually, hang on. We need to do some shout outs here. Hang on. Oh, they're not in. No, it's not gonna do it right, I don't think. But anyway. Okay. Oh my god. Look at the wheat. Oh, it's so cute. Pumpkins grew in fast. Again, like, good lord. Squeeze-oid? What in the heck? I gotta see this. I gotta see this. Look at him. Oh my goodness. That's stinking adorable. And not with any of that. What is this? Whoa. Hey, we got 5. Yes. Okay, so that's good. We are still just... Okay, I need to go put things away, actually. Got a lot of stuff in my pockets, and we gotta do our dailies, and then it's... Oh, part of that dailies now is heading over to Harv's. That's just... This is now. Hello, sir. What's up, Steph? Whoops. Oh, Steph. I'm talking to people. What? Oops. Hang it on the wall because it's just so cute. Look at this. Okay, I gotta change the music in here, which I have turned off the music in chat so that oh. Oh, hang on. The gyroids remind me of the things the Rock King had to return in. Oh, I have not read Return to Oz in a million years. Let's see. I mean, everybody's gonna have Bubblegum KK going. Oh, here we go. Oh, and KK Soul. Yes, KK Soul is good. Oh, is everybody on Saturday? That's where I'm at. E. Okay, so we don't have to do any of our watering or anything like that, so that shortens the to-do list significantly. And looky here. Fossils. Here we go. Oh, check. Plus, see what we got rolling. Okay. Sell weeds, talk to the neighbors, chop the wood. Oh, group stretching. Okay, we haven't done that. Yeah, probably. That's part of the new update, and that's something we should at least try just to see what it's about. Okay, it is raining. Oh! God. Oh, I love that amber there. It looks super good. I'm so happy. Toby, look at you. Cute. Oops. Aww. Okay, here we go. Getting them done. Here. KK Solo is a really good one. Like, wow, this NPC in a video game, you know, the songs they make for him are actually really good. Thank heavens. You don't have it? Oh no. Okay, here we go. Up, it's looking good. Look at this money spot right next to the money trees. Here we go. Just all coming together. We didn't put anything away while we were at. I'm distracted. Who, me? Getting distracted? No. Never happens. Don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Plant the money trees. Yay! Okay, super good. So many mushrooms. Okay, we got the 4 fossils. So I know I have more mushrooms up by the campsite I need to grab, so we'll grab those in a bit. Oh, we're done with the gyrate, so I'm gonna turn the music back on. There we go. But this is Zucker's little food cart spot, which now we actually have food. Oh, hey, hello. Now we actually have food, so it's probably, oh, this means I probably have 6. I'm probably gonna be putting food, real food out here instead of like the hats with food. Actually, hang on, we have one in our pockets. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm gonna put the carbonara out. Look. Oh. What in the heck? Excuse you. Put away your shovel, madam. Oh, I can't put away my shovel. Oh, look at this. You can actually see the bits of bacon in the carbonara. Like, are you kidding? Okay. Oh, and okay, I have the shave ice machine here, and so we can put, here we go. Hang on. Rainbow soft serve. Boom. It looks so gross. Like rainbow ice cream. It's probably gonna be a flavor that I am not a fan of. It's just like, well, no thanks, I'm good. I'm good. But it is very cute. Oh wait, and I have the orange, hang on, I have the orange juice to put out now. Hang on. No, I'm good. I like my brown one. My brown one's actually really good. But thank you, Steph. I got a vanilla cone, I got a soft serve, I got chocolate cone. Okay, we might have to do just an ice cream stand because that would be super great. Okay, I found a 5th fossil, which means I think I have 6 right now. So I'm gonna go find the last one. Oh, and I still have this. I was saying cottagecore starter set hair. Like, because you know all the cottagecore island girls, like, they're going to go gaga over this particular hairstyle. Like, and I know they put it in the game just for them, and I love that. I love that about that. It's just like, oh, a special hairstyle. Oh, it's very sweet. But it's not for me. This poor parrot sitting out here in the rain. Are you okay, bud? Sorry. Okay, and I need to check turnips. But I want to find this last fossil. Oh! Okay. Here's the no scope. Okay. There it is. Oh, it's gonna remind us to do another bio break here in a second. Terribly sorry. More money. We do need more money. maybe. Oh, we got lots of mushrooms over here. And a big boy in the pond, which I am inevitably going to scare off when I get up here. Yep. Big fish, though. Okay. Oh, leaf stool. I like that the food items steam. It is super cute. I'm actually not sure, because I know that the gyroids spawn after it rains, but I don't know if it takes up a fossil spawn point. If it requires that. I would have to do some research. People might not even know yet if it does or not. So look at the carrots. So cute. Yeah, here we go. Here's the mushrooms. Halo? I'm confused. Like the item? Is there a Halo item? I actually didn't even know. Steph is gonna set up a catalog island here in a minute. Like, she's rolling. She's doing it. It's a Sean, and he's back. Hi, Sean. What's up? You have 2 Halos? Love that. I didn't even know there was a Halo in the game. That's adorable. I'm gonna run through my flowers now. Yeah, that's real satisfying. I'm glad I did that on your island, because now I'm gonna just do it all the time. I don't care, it's my island, I do what I want. Long day. Yup. Long day, but a very good day here. This is good. We're having grand old time. Good lord. Who runs this place? I do need to go set up an island ordinance. The grind is going. It is long, but we're having a good time. Just went to a friend's island and got sugarcane. I have sugarcane for you, Sean. I could also theoretically go and get you carrots and wheat if you would like, so that you can just have them, because it's a random roll on what leaf has at what time, and Britt had sugarcane and I have carrots and wheat, so I brought everybody carrots and wheat and boba tea. SK with the raid. Thank you, SK. How was stream? Gus, you alright, Baba? You were playing Animal Crossing. Yay! Thank you for the raid, SK. How was everything? Trying to find this last fossil. Help. You get to raid me for once because I'm actually up. Yeah. Finish the bonus, moves the dailies. Yeah. Oh, I got a mushroom. It's just, there's so much. Like, there are people who are already trying to grind out the 2.0 items, and they're doing a really good job, but like, I don't know, I might do a catalog island, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, oh, it's so much, and I just want to play the thing. And then tonight the DLC comes out, and I am overwhelmed. I'm very overwhelmed. I don't know. Yeah, that and the bells. I got the bells because they were right next to my normal trees, like where I put my bell trees. But is it in my terribly disorganized orchard, or is it okay? Sending Cephei your pergola? Perfect. It is the worst. I can't. Is it? Marina, look at her. You're going fishing. I'm about to rage quit. Which fossil? Oh, no, just like the last one that has spawned. Like, I can't find the spawn spot. Like, gonna go get these assessed and then... Lady Brit, yes I am! Holy buckets! And then the DLC drops at midnight tonight, and I am not ready. I'm not ready. Except I'm also very ready. Except, there's so much in this update, especially, and then you throw the DLC on top of it. It's like, so many things. Drops at 9 Eastern. I thought it was midnight. I thought it was midnight in your time zone. I thought that's how it worked. So in less than an hour? Oh my goodness. I don't know if I'm gonna even get to it today. Like, I might just have to make that call because holy buckets. Oh my gosh, it's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. It's still like 4 o'clock here. Oh my goodness. I cannot. Say goodbye to bedtime. Ooh. Oh, now Joe's got his computer rolling too. It is hot in here. Hi, Sean. Yeah, this is... Oh. Sean, there's lots of new items and stuff. My gates are not open. You have to get the resident services. Is your resident services up? Did you get Isabel? Because I think that's the barrier for you right now. Got the coconut drink. Or our speakeasy. I'm so excited right now. Look at him. Just hanging out. Is it on my Nook Miles rewards? No, it's not. Am I getting a coffee anyway? Yes, I am. Oh no. Can you get the extra shop? Oh. I could seriously go for a siphon coffee. You want to get a siphon maker, but it's just like another coffee maker. The one that sells clothes. Oh. Look, my feet don't touch the floor, just like when I sit in a Ryoto. Flavor is out of this world. It's a new thing. I'll drink it just as it's brewed. Yeah, good, like, coffee. I love it when it's black. You have to, yeah, you have to wait until Sable shows up on your island, and then you have to, like, buy enough stuff from her. Not Sable. Anyway. Oh, no! Oh dear, yeah. She'll come and what? Text? No? What? Oh geez, what the heck? Why isn't that coming through? Oh, there we go. Sean got Isabel. There it is. Resident services. Thank goodness. Oh. Yeah, that is the barrier. You have to, oh wait, okay, hang on. Checking for the Quetzal wing, because I want to put the Quetzal up. No? Okay. Fine. Be that way. Okay, wait. What else? What else is happening? Oh. Stretching, chop wood. Okay. Talk to neighbors, 3 of them, and then sell weeds. I'm pretty sure I have a lot in my pockets right now. John, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you. So you can actually, like, okay, now you have to go, like, check in and look at things and then see if maybe when you walk into Blathers if he's got a little thought bubble, and then you can go and try and see if you can get a boy. No, I haven't seen your island since you reset at all. Wait, what? Are those model train boxes? Excuse you. Excuse you. Oh my goodness, your island is okay. We've been doing a lot of island tours today, and it's really fun. You can sit on stumps, isn't that cute? Sean just got Animal Crossing, so he's like, what is this? Okay, sorry. Current bill, the turnip price is 122. Okay, it's been like 2 weeks, but like still, sir. One of these ladies has over 1,000 hours logged in this game. Don't even get Animal Crossing, she says. It'll be fun, she says. Yeah, you know better than to listen to me, sir. Should know by now. Uh-huh. Isn't. I had to track down a Switch so I could buy this game. The women wall is so pretty, right? Woo! Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Okay. Neighbors, chop wood. Okay. No, the ACNH Switch. So cute. Now we're selling. Did I sell my mushrooms? I better not must sell my mushrooms. Need those. Because I just got dried mushrooms as a DIY from Please Eric. Your mom's face is dried mushrooms. Mailed? Wait, what? I wasn't listening. I'm very sorry. There's a lot happening right now, sir. Can we reopen the window? Because it's so hot in here with both our machines running. I can't hear. That's all right. All right, let's see. What fences we got? Iron and stone. Okay, that's... Yeah, okay. What we got going? Pull up bar. Okay. Okay. You can use the stuff in the Lost and Found. Like sometimes there's like iron in there, sometimes there's whole trees. You're right? Am I lagging? I think my bit rate's okay. Okay. You're falling asleep at the desk. Oh no, Delta, go to sleep. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Okay. Oh wait, I don't need to. GCI internet. We're not on GCI anymore. We MTA over here. Actually, really kind. So yeah, if I look in my recycling bin, I've got cedar saplings, some walls, some iron. Yes, please. I will take that, and I will take that, and I will take that. Thank you. Good. Mosaic. So probably. Oh, Zen cushion. Thank you. I'll take that. So probably what I'll do with the rest of this. I'm probably not going to use those. Take the cedar sapling. The rest of it, I will just sell because the bell grind is real right now. Oh, help me. We need to get. Stitches is making a veggie sandwich. I can't. Oh, I need to go check. Okay, who's in their houses? I haven't even checked that yet. I don't have it. Pockets because I'm a mess. I am a mess. I am a mess. Okay. Judy, not home. Norma's home. Oh, this is a problem. Like, we're all gonna find out like what recipes our villagers are making. We're just gonna keep inviting each other over. It's like, ah. Oh, madam, did you know you're not wearing pants? I just thought you ought to know. What's up? Happy Home Academy. Oh, geez. Do I have to have maintained or like have a current rank in Happy Home Academy for the DLC? Because like I am not prepared for any of that. Thank you. Looks like Eric is home too, so I'll go see if maybe he's doing something. Need to make my campsite cute because it's like half finished. If people are willing, girl, listen, we're gonna be at this. Okay, Eric is not, but we'll talk to him. Good evening for DIYs, right though? Oh, that's the sleigh that was on that Brit had the thing for it. That I thought it would be like a Santa sleigh, but no, it's just toboggan essentially. Is your island openly? Because I will find out what we got going on over here and then we will. Because yesterday it was Marina, but Marina wasn't cooking, so. Oh, and it changes every it changes every 3 hours who's crafting. So like you have to kind of, if you really want to grind it out, then you have to like keep checking in. See, to be Lionel, look out. His Cursed Antiques shop is coming along quite nicely. I need to keep adding stuff to it. I'm pretty happy with it so far. It's Lionel, he's cooking. What is he making? What you making? Brown sugar pound cake. I thought it would be more sinister, like honestly. Is it poison? If I eat it, do I get possessed? Thank you. You got like 4 people? Oh my goodness gracious, woman. Okay. So I have Lionel doing brown sugar pound cake. If anybody wants that. I know I'm just now growing my sugar cane. So, bell vouchers, you take those to the Nook stop and 1 bell voucher will give you 3,000 bells, Sean. Pretty great. Okay, here we go. Brown sugar pound cake. Okay, I need to empty my pockets. I need to get this crap out of my pockets. And then I need to do Cap'n. I need to do Harbs and get my thing going. Oh, I didn't check my mail. What am I doing? Yep, yep, yep. Oh, there's another one? Okay. Steph, what in the world? Girl, what are you doing? What in the world, Steph? What is this? Headband? Oh no. Halo, thank you. Oh, here we go. You know. Okay, what's the headband look like? What is this? Oh, very cute. Halo, we know this is not accurate. Like, she is not like this. Oh. Selling dupes. I have so many dupes that I need to get rid of. My storage is full. Yeah, the ticket thing right now is packed. Oh gosh, do I even have space? Any of this. And I'm putting in storage that I'm gonna sell. This is going in storage. Storage. It's gonna tell me in any second. Oh wait, no, I sold a lot of those pumpkins, so I might. Whoops. Lied. Might be okay. I don't know. Robot hero. This is Troy. I know. Super cool. I need to send Marky my rusted parts so that he can build his. Cute, and he needs to build a robot for his island, and it's gonna be adorable. Another kettle. I have so many kettles. Okay, I'm gonna put those. Thank you for the headband. I have the pink one, so the blue one is much more preferable. Can't speak. I've been speaking for like 6 hours, so. Actually, what is my uptime by now? How long has she been rolling? Yeah. Whew. Hello. We've been sitting here. We've been grinding. It has been a day. Susan. Okay. Emptying the pockets. Oh, I love this. Very cute. I think to Harv's first. And then we'll do a couple of things where like maybe we'll go to Lee again and maybe we'll go to Lady Brit's. But then I need, what am I doing? Where am I going? No, I'm selling things. That's what I'm doing. Hang on, sip of tea. We're getting there. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. By hell or high water, we're getting there. So yeah, we're so about that. There's just so much. No coffee shop? How are you supposed to get the coffee shop? I want Sean to get the coffee shop so bad. I mean, you still get all the items and stuff. Oh. Ugh. And the cooking stuff is in your Nook stop as well, so you have to redeem for that. No, Sean. He's got the art upgrade. You can't get the hop because you also don't have the art upgrade yet. I wonder, like, we know it's after the art upgrade, but I'm wondering, like, is there a certain point? I don't know. I don't have any. My museum is not done fully. I've got most of the bugs, but my fish is, and I've got that, but it is not fully done. He needs an upgraded Nook's Cranny too, I think. Oh, do you have Abel's? Do you have the hedgehogs? Okay, so if you see a hedgehog appear in your plaza, go talk to her and buy all the things, because then she'll come to your island and you might have to get the hedgehogs before you can get Rooster. Oh my goodness. Need all the parts at Abel's. Yeah. Okay, 2 Harves. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna do Harves because I want to get the next thing upgraded. I want to see what Leaf has, if anything, because I think he just... Seriously, Espanol. Abnes a Nux y Parade? Parade? Get it right, keyboard. God. Okay. Please God, open gates. If you need a veggie sandwich, which I will be there really soon. I just gotta do Harvey's. Hubs is playing Skyrim in the background.
What?
One day we'll have a No? I'm saying you're playing Skyrim in the background and you're like in the back and it's kind of cool. It's like game of family, hey. Yeah, they can see you a little bit along with our incredibly messy bed. Okay. Here we go. Oh, we gonna look at this. This was so nice to find out that there's an ABD here. Okay. This is just easier. I'm not gonna do the math on stream to like. I'm gonna do it. Not happening. Need Abel's, all the museum parts, and Nook upgrade before Brewster will come. Sean, you have a grind and a half ahead of you, my friend. Here they are. But you can do harbs, I'm pretty sure. Can he do harbs? Reese and Cyrus's customization shop is now open. So now I can customize the stuff. Like I can customize my lamps to be black. Oh. Okay. Yeah, he has to go to Harv's and like hang out, and then I think he'll get a message later, maybe? Yeah. You should be able to, so you'll be able to do this part, which is another big part of this upgrade. And you'll get all the new items. You'll still get all the new items and all of that fun stuff. It's just no coffee yet. It's 30 days after from there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Leave, my man. What you got for me? What you got? I want to know. Tell me it's not... Shoot dang. Okay, so I think this remains constant. It's when he visits your island on a weekly that it's something else. New friends, Adley. She put her friend code in the chat. Thank you, bud. Oh, shoot. Oh, I should not. Why do you only have these two still? Sir. I know both, I'm pretty sure both of those are fake. All right, Harriet, my girl. Eve. I gotta do something other than cottagecore basic. It's cute. It's great. If you're into that, it's not for me. Go for it. I will be your guinea pig. I'm here for this. Being a guinea pig to a poodle is probably not a good plan. There's a slight prey drive there. Not huge, but there's some. It's the half a pony. I love it. Look at her. It's like she stepped out of real life. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at this. Oh, this is a keeper. The half up bun. Excuse you. Ah, I love it. Okay, I'm good. Right? Look at this. It's super cute. Okay. Oh, there's Harv doing his yoga in front of his pizza oven. Listen, doing yoga while waiting for your pizza, that's a whole vibe. We're here for it. We love it. Okay, you don't even have to say yes to learn the hairstyle. That's good, because I did not want the hoopy braids. Like, I also feel really bad, because she's trying out all these new hairstyles on me, and I don't know. Joe and I are talking about maybe doing date night tonight, or should we wait for another night? It's up to you. Yeah, he says he doesn't know. Also, nobody will deliver where we're at. Nobody delivers to grandma's. I've been streaming all day. Yeah, there is no food delivery here. You can deliver. You'll just drive your butt over here. Okay, I gotta. Okay, Lee, did you open your gate? Let's see. Let's see who's open real quick. It is a nice drive. It's all foggy out here today, and the mountains are being absolutely fantastic. It's just all covered. These opens. Okay, I'm gonna zip in. I'm gonna zip in. I'm gonna dip, because I ran around. I was like, ooh, all your pretty things, and then I'm gonna visit Britt, and then I might open my gates really quick so that y'all can come and get. What was he making? Brown butter cake. I'm actually okay. I got myself a care package before starting stream. I did it on like Monday. Waiting to be accepted. Okay, cool. I posted my code in the friggin' nerds. It's in there somewhere. Okay. Oh, okay. So here's what I'll do. I'll go to Brit's, and then her and I will come over right after so that she can close her gates. That'll just be easier. That just makes sense. Oh, okay. I mean, we can open and close and do whatever. We're here to vibe. Listen. Oh, I am so... You're going ham. Hey. Oh my goodness. If I find that Victorian set, it is over. The goth set. Ocha. Oh, this is cute. Love this. Holy buckets. Madam. Britt, what in the heck? It's not done. Okay. Sure. I didn't realize I hadn't done this yet. There we go. Shout out Lady Brittany. Plus I have rye and I have tequila, so I'm good there. Oh, you're good. You're good. Holy buckets. Madam, you are here. What in the world? What even? Oh, okay, I have all my tools and stuff, so I am... Whoops, sorry. Holy cow. Oh, I didn't bring Diddley. I'm super sorry. Oh no. I should have brought like sugarcane or something. I'm almost done with my tea. Goofy powders. Oh, it's Alex. Hi, Alex. Friggin' Nerds Media, the Nintendo Discord, it might be buried by this point. Hang on, I gotta pull out the reactions. What do I have here? Work it. There's the hula reaction is super cute. Act natural. Meow. 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 Hello! We here. I don't think I pinned it to anything. Hang on. Checking. Yeah, it's gotten buried at this point. Oh, thank you, Lee. The flower crowns are cute. All right, you gotta show me what's going on. I'm following. Holy buckets, buckets. Oh my god. You have Filbert. He's so cute. Do you belong here? No, I do not. He's going to Michael. Oh, cute. And oh, and you got the spring train set over there. This is amazing. This, holy buckets. There's Meringue. Look at her. Whoa. This is a lot of pink. Holy buckets. That is a big old pink bear. Hello, sir. Okay, I saw part of this on the flyover. What even? What kind of crazy wintertime grind is this? This is amazing. Oh my goodness gracious. Woo! And then you got the Wallow waterfalls of Epicus. Super good. Holy buckets. He was like, oh good, you've already got your you got the blue ATM. Good, 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 good. Rock garden, we love to see it. Takes 5 million years, but it's good to have. Spoopyville. Oh, Lee, do you want to drop a link for SK? That Friggin' Nerds is super fun, especially with everybody like freaking out. This is so cute. It's so like compact and spoopy. This is amazing. I like this a lot. Alex is just vibing. Freya! Oh my goodness. Sorry, I had to freak out for just a second. Audie, sorry. Good lord. I get their two names mixed up, even though I know, like, ugh. She's so cute. I know, girl. Listen. It's been a long ass day, okay? I have been talking for 6 hours. Help. There you go. Do it. Do it. This is crazy. Oh, and you put the sand down so it looks like... I love that. I love that it's the sand. That looks super, super good. Just like all the Nova nut lights and the asteroids. Ooh, and you have the blue pagoda thingy. Oh, I bet. I friggin' bet. This is insane. This is amazing. Are we going to Lee? Let's go to Lee. Woo! Look out. We coming in, Lee. Uh-oh, am I lagging? What's happening here? Oh, okay. She's just kicking us. I love it. Like, okay, here it is. Bye. Okay, and then I'll open my gates. We're working on it. I still have to build Tia's speakeasy. Oh. You ready? You ready? It's a win-win. I like it. Libby is looking real good. This is my flyover. I was kind of doubting myself a lot, but then the flyover looks really good. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We partying. It's a good time. Sean, throw your... Who's Sahara? She's the camel. She sells you rugs and wallpapers and flooring. She the best. This is Sue for helping with the Nook Miles grind, though. Klaxon's very new. He's very new, guys. We show him the ways. And everything will be okay. They are the best. It is true. I wanna fly. It's so spooky. Okay. Want to visit someone. I thought it said invite someone for a second and I was very confused. Oh. I need more coffee. Oh. Actually, don't. I've had too much today, actually. Stop. I need to hydrate. We're hydrating. Hydrating. Stash star fragments for making Celeste's DIYs. Okay, search for a friend. Because they're DIY materials. There's words. There were in there. Hello. That's okay. Okay. And a white one, because you got one of the astrology fragments, probably. Because it's Scorpios. I actually don't remember now. That's okay. Lady B incoming. Okay, I'm gonna give it a minute. Steffi, posture check. Thank you. Posture check. Whew. Thank you. Here we're gonna stand. We're gonna stretch for a second. Oh, right there. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna run over his little tail. All right, here we go. Try again. Let's go again. Okay, it was Stitches, and I think I recognized Stitches' house. I actually remembered something. Look out, guys. The ADHD girl is remembering. She's unstoppable. Hit me. Weirdo fish? What weirdo fish? I missed the mahi and I'm like, whatever. Oh, Captain. Probably from one of those. Like, oh, your butterfly garden is open. The Alexandria Birdwing statue is insane. There's Eric. They were like, goodbye. Mystery rug time. It's fun. I actually have a bunch of Sahara tickets that I need to redeem. Oh. Oh, it's a boring one. No. Not a boring one. Oh, the Coligans? Oh, ew. Ew, Becky. Look at you guys. So cute. I'm just like, hello. I'm wearing a bunch of random shit. Okay, Stitches. Stitches, Stitches, Stitches. Ooh, ah. There's Judy. Ew. Oh, Chevre. Hi, madam. You're so cute. Oh. Oh, she's so cute. I love Chevre. What in the heck? Oh, I don't think this is... No. I don't think that's... Oh, Sylvia. Wow. Madam? Okay, I'm gonna wait till everybody goes out. Wow, she's, it's a look, guys. You're huluing. That's so cute. She's got to go. Do you have? Oh, yay. Oh, my goodness. Love the robes. Make her leave. I can send you the link to the Oh wait. This is not Stitches. Madam? Hello. Oh, that's Dom. So cute. You're real cute. Okay. Wrong place. He's a boy. I am though. Same way I call everybody girl. Girl, listen. Where you at? Stitches! Where you at, bitch? Okay. Where's he go? Is he here? Oh, hello! Oh, the door just clipped through your head. I'm terribly sorry. That was a little aggressive. I'm just gonna. Ugh. It's okay. Can I sit in your chair? Will my butt fit? And my butt will fit. Oh my gosh. Digits. Listen, we're all you are the I'm not a spy, I promise. Yes. Enjoy your non-spying. That's super cute though. And he's got a little jack-o'-lantern. Veggie sandwich. That's great. Can I have it? Thank you. Goodbye. He's so cute. Okay. And then I think I've got you guys, if you guys want, what did he make? Oh my goodness gracious. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Hold up. Yeah. I like that everybody syncs up though. That's real cute. He's kind of having a rough time. Okay, I'm gonna go open my gates. Whee! They're just like, ma'am, your pumpkins are out of control. I hope you understand this. Meow! Zoomies! Oh. Oh, damn it. What have I done? Yeet! Eric! Hi, Eric. You know me. You're on my island. Why are you here? How? Oh, the ukulele's cute. Oh my goodness. Who are you gonna be hunting for after Sylvia, Lee? Whoa, that was... Ooh, okay. The white goat. Oh, yeah? Literally anyone that's cute. Sisterly type. Yes. I haven't had an Uchi since my original Uchi left. Cherry jam. We're just all gonna be like, ah! Oh. Are we gonna go to Steph's house next? Yeah, my native fruit is cherries, so this would be good. I wonder what the bell price is for selling like the stuff. Does it increase if you cook like your native fruit into something else? I know it helps with the Scooby Doops. The energy for breaking rock Scooby Doops. I'm so tired. Oh my goodness. Joseph! What are we doing for dinner? Okay. Pizza? You have to go get though. Huh?
I don't.
You have to go get anything. Okay, bye. If I open my gates, did we add each other? We added each other, right? And if you are friends. We didn't add each other in game, but I think now that we are on friends list, if I open my gates, you can still come in. Yep, yep. I want to go home. That's how that always reads to me. I want to go home. Can you come pick me up? Scared. Did my bio break go off again and I didn't check? I don't think it did. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, are we gonna go to Steph's Island first? Okay, I think we're gonna go to Steph's and then I'll open my gates for you guys. Steph, did you get sugarcane? You need sugarcane. I think I still have. Join! Post your friend code in chat. He will give you the hookup. Now I can make a veggie sandwich. Oh, wait. Yeah, do you need anything? Oh, wait. I need to get out of here because I need to go get sugarcane for stuff. Yeah, we will bring you. Home screen and then your little icon at the top and then just, yeah. You did not get sugarcane? Okay. I will get you some sugarcane, my girl. Pulling it. Put away your pole. What are you doing? You got sugar? You do not have any of the others. I think I'm out of carrots. I think I ditched all of my carrots at ran through Judy's flowers. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna have that for a bit yet. Dude. Those are from Harv's. The carrot and the wheat is from Harv's. I still need to do my tour for the day. And like hopefully get, oh shoot, I kind of like, do you need, okay guys, that's Sean's code. Cause like, I think I already gave away all my carrots, but Lee has sugar. You haven't made it to Harv's yet. Ah, okay. I think it's random. And then I think it's random what you get for your Harv's. I don't know actually, and nobody's posted a guide yet. And then it's all about waiting to get him coming in as your daily visitor / going to the Mystery Island tour every day. I want to fly. Woo! Roger, roger. Are we just gonna have sandwiches for dinner then? Search for a friend. Oh, okay. Here we go. Cherry jam. Look out, here I come. Oh, I don't know if I've gotten a text message from Papa Man. Yeah, I've gotten no texts from the Papa Man today. They're just doing things. Lee's avatar is the best. Oh no! Am I dropping frames? It might be. Oh, crash. No. I'm sorry, Steph. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Troll in the dungeon. Okay. Southeast NES server poo. Oh, Sean's gates are open. Okay. Hang on. So that's for you to get visitors, Sean. Just so you know. If you want to fly to Lee's, because she has her gates open and Stitches has a DIY. Oh, okay. Cool. Just making sure. Okay, I'm gonna grab my sugar cans just so I have it in my pockets. But... Okay. Do you have pumpkins? I'll bring you pumpkins. Actually, hang on. You need like all of the fruit, don't you? What is your native fruit, Sean? Pears. Okay, so you need all of the things. And you probably got apples though. Right? Because you get apples in the mail. Oh, look at you go. Okay. No apples. Okay. Orange, pumpkin, so you need cherries, apples, coconuts. I'm gonna split this stack half. You got coconuts. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh no, it's okay, Steph. It happens. Sometimes the internet just doesn't wanna, and it's all right. Okay, do we want to go visit Sean? I'm gonna bring some stuff to Sean real quick. Woo! I get to be Bert. Bert. Okay, and Lee's gates are back open. Cool. So I'm gonna bring this to the join. Oh wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. Dang it. Oh, nope. What I wanted to do. I'm on the struggle bus. Okay, here we go. Search for a friend. Everybody's open. There we go. Woo! Okay, we are definitely coming up on bio break here really, really soon, just so y'all know. The in-flight thing? Yeah. Okay, here's your flyover. Look, you've got your bridge going. Very cute. Comfortable. Second bridge. Yes. Look at you with all your plots in your village. Wait, whose house was that? That blue one. I told Papa around bedtime. Or off the bed eventually. Heyo. Okay, I'm gonna drop this here. Oh. There it goes. Oh, that made me nervous. Sean, you're blue. And just for funsies. What?
Looks like you pooped it out.
I know it looked like it. Okay, I follow you. What in the world? It's so cursed. Sean, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. This is something. I love you are using the spoopy fence though so nicely. It's really good. This is just I don't know what the hell this is. What the fresh hell? Okay. I'm checking your map. Let's see. Who you got? Tucker. You told me we've got Audie and Olive and Sprocket. And yeah, we see Fuchsia and Sprocket. Those were your starters. Cute. Very cute. I love it. It was your idea. Street. Okay. That is the bio break timer, so I'm gonna be right back because I gotta go. I gotta go pee like real bad. I'm gonna be back in 5. And we're gonna keep looking at Sean's very cursed island. Okay. BRB. we back. Hello. Feeling a little better after the stretch and the get up. Just a little bit. Okay, sorry about that, Sean. I really needed to pee. I'm super sorry. Okay, we're gonna check out. We're gonna talk to the villagers. Hey, wait. Fuchsia. It's Beetle. He's back. Hey there. Look at this. You got the clothesline DIY? I've been looking for that for forever. So cute. It was one of the ones you're supposed to get like first thing and I never got it. What you making, bub? Hey, hi Tucker. Do you belong here? Oh, you're Fuzzers? He says fuzzers. What you doing, sir? Deer decoration? Wait, is this one of the new ones? I don't think it is. You just phased through me, sir. I don't have this one. What? We mixed a rye highball in our skull glass because it is time. I'm tired. I've been doing this for a long time. No, he's not new. I'm asking if the decoration is new. What is this? I don't think so. I think this is one of the holiday ones. Let's see. Oh no, that's not new. No. Look at this. Holy crap, that is. Okay, brown sugar pound cake. Very cute, very cute, very cute, very cute. So much cuteness. Oh, like Starter Island. It's so much fun. Okay, I'm guessing that's Fuchsia's house. I'm just gonna take a wild stab at it. Like, wow. Ooh, we got the pink springy horse. Sprocket. Hello, sir. He's so weird. Wow. Jocks hit different. Oh my goodness gracious. Aggressive. Workout buddy? Sure. Hey. Oh, excuse you. Oh. Music's a little loud. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, this is Olive's house? Oh my goodness gracious. What in the heck? This is cute. Oh wait, no, this is one of the starter houses. So she's got like the block furniture and stuff. It's still adorable. I love this. Oh yeah, water pump. Floosh. Does it go? Oh, it doesn't go. On it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, just lag. Silly thing. Then here's your nooks. This is a good spot. Really cute. Very, very cute. Okay, I think that was everybody. That was everybody. Cute. Okay. Look at like original nooks. Like, look at this. Oh, it's so nostalgic. Ooh, you have the yellow grill. That's cute. That's amazing. I just like literally walked down. I'm sorry. Oh. That's very cool. Okay, I'm gonna actually go and then I'll give you your stuff. So there you go. You can plant it. And then I'm gonna go so that you can plant it, and I will open my gates because Lionel is making the brown butter pound cake and y'all should come through. Oh, I didn't see that. The gnome ran around in circles when he left. Of course it did. Gnomes, so creepy. I'm gonna go home. There's a gnome here. I need my mom to come pick me up. I don't like it. Thank you for opening up your island. I got to be the first visitor on Joshua Island. The hyperbole of the halo is quite funny. Villager soiree? Who's having a soiree? That sounds like that's fancy, guy. Like I don't think I'm fancy enough to go to one soiree. I don't think they would let my skull cup with the soiree. So. Okay, happier every time I see the flyover. Like feeling good about the island. Looking pretty great. Happy with how it all worked. Allie. So cute. This is gonna put me to sleep. I gotta listen to something else. What we got? Where was the Ocha? They're more like Ocha. That was cute as hell. Where was Ocha? Calm Waters. 64. Oh, these are cute. Maneki Neko. I'm guessing that this is similar. Lee is open? Hell yeah. Okay. Lee is open if you need to go to Lee. But I will also open if y'all want to come through. Because brown butter pound cake. I have it. It's in my DIYs. Look at this shit. Adorable. Okay. Or brown sugar. I want visitors. It's been, I think it's been a year since I opened up my gates. It was like pre-island flatten. And I will drop the grabbing pan with ults. You're good. You're good. You're good. And I'll drop the sugar starters so that you can snack those sugar starters. All of my friends. Cause I have so many friends. Look, Mom, I have friends. Wait, are they open? Yep, they're open. Okay, here we go. I was like, wait, did something happen? Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. You just dropped sugar stars. Okay, cool, cool. Good, good, good. Look at Marina. Look at this. So cute. Okay. So y'all, come through. Neverland is open first time since the flattening. You're good. Don't worry about it. We're gonna hang. We're gonna be chill. Yes. Who's coming through? Who here? It's a Sean. Deserted Island Relocator. He hasn't changed his passport title thing. I'll show you how to do that because it's actually pretty fun. Yay! Sean's first visit to an island. It's exciting. It's good. This is good. This is relaxing. I'm liking this. Y'all can't let me forget to do my island visit today though. I can't forget. Do that. The daily list just got so long. Go to my Ables and spend your bells. Or maybe I'll just give you some spending money. You can spend my bells, girl. Listen, we'll throw 10,000 bells on the ground. Go ham. Go get yourself some clothes, girl. Yeah, isn't that cute? Actually, like, legitimately though. Oh shoot, can I not? we go. Here's some pocket money. Go get clothes, sir. Go. So I'm gonna show you. Come on up here this way. As people come through, there you might get kicked. It's a little tricky. Okay, you got it. You got it. You go across this bridge. Here's my plaza. It's all cute as shit. It's KK hanging out with his guitar. And then here's my Ebles. Ta-da! And then you can go in there and talk to the hedgehogs. Get yourself some clothes, sir. He's wearing a shirt with Korean writing on it. He's all blue and shit. I don't know if there's even anything good in here. Kidnap the hedgehog. She'll come to your island, don't worry. Oh, I didn't have this going. Here we go. Now it's going. It feels wrong to have it going in the rain, I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. I hope you did not start a dialogue sequence. Okay, looks like you're good. Lady Bray, unhindered photographer. Love it. It's good. So, Lionel lives on the hill that you see across the first bridge. So he lives up there, and he's the one with the cursed antiques shop in his front yard. That's where he's at. I want more songs like she's so snazzy with her all blue. Look at that. Iroh's tea, excuse you? Like Uncle Iroh? Is this song gonna make me cry? Will you and Lady Brittany playing at the same time? Woo! Okay. So I'm gonna run over, try and get you directed to Lionel. So he's up here. Do I still have my color stick? I don't. Oh well. You can use the map. Okay, cool. Just making sure, because I know it's like I've got like shit's weird on my island right now. But this is gonna be like this for just a little bit, Sean. It's gonna be hard. You're probably not gonna be able to like get through until like a few people have come in, and then you'll be able to like get through your interactions and get through your transactions. Woo! I love how you're barefoot too. That's adorable. It's cute. I love it. Who's here? It's SK. Hello. Isla the Wave. I love it. Wild World Crossing. Oh, what is Wild World? Oh. I played the crap out of Wild World on the DS. Hell yeah. That was my jam. Love Wild World. Your son named the island? That's really cute. Marky Moo just got his island started, and he just like named it Hawaii. He was like, I want to name it Mark. And I'm like, but your name's Mark. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, you could name it something else. You could name it off of like a real world place and stuff. And he's like, oh, I'll name it Hawaii, because that was like the only real world place he could think of. He was like, I'll just name it Hawaii. Yes, baby. Sean. I didn't get to play New Leaf, but I hear it was super good, and I've seen like lots of Let's Play stuff about it. Like, it looks really good. That outfit, right? Hell yeah. I feel like I need to go get my witch hat and match, because let's be honest. I mean, yeah. Marina with her mermaid. I'm so happy I gave her the mermaid princess dress because she wears it all the time. It looks so cute. Okay. Just don't like make fun of anything in his yard because lots of that stuff is cursed. Okay. We're gonna be honest here. Tia, look at this. Adorable. Like, I don't even know, man. What is happening? I don't even know. Is this turned up? I don't know if this is turned up. Okay, it is. Woo! Before jam recipe. Oh no. It's all good. It's all good. We'll keep it open. And y'all can run around and take a look at things because, like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I've been having fun. That's the upgrade. Isn't it? Pretty great. I figured, ugh. The upgrade is great. Grab stuff. I don't think I gave you, like, a lot of bells for that, but... I know. Oh, someone's leaving. Gracie Graces. They said that this is the last update, though. They're not going to do anything else. The last free one. I don't know if they're going to try and do, like, a more expanded game later. Yeah, they were there before. They've been there for a while. I remember because somebody was making a video about it, like, a year ago. Little wings. Yes, please take the DIYs. Sean, you too. Please take the DIYs. They're in front of the bridge that you crossed. I'll show them to you in a sec. They're right here. Have at them, please. Never heard of. Yes. Go for it. Oh, they're doing a make your own pizza night with Grandma and Grandpa. So cute. One down. You good. It's okay. Woohoo! Yeah, please take the DIYs. My gosh. If you need fruit, take the fruit. It's totally fine. I will grow more. Did you find them, Sean? Stuff brought you fruit. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Oh, here we go. Okay. Good. Just finished next. Okay, good deal. Yeah, feel free to, like, go take a look. It's, like, mostly unfinished, but I mean, at least that east coast of the island is not finished yet, and I'm working on it. That's valid, because this is a time suck. Yeah, no. Right. Do that instead. He bought a hat! Look at that! Oh, he's doing a twirl. Look at this. Ooh, he's looking snazzy. He got the suspenders and the wingtip. Oh my god. He's ready to go to that speakeasy. Look at him. Yay! Woo! Steal my fruit, beach! Shake my tree, steal the fruit. Talk to my villagers. Like, listen. I'm gonna sit here. Cause it's adorable. Look at this. It's sunny and raining at the same time. Gotta move flowers. Ugh. There's so many flowers and I don't want to move them. Beans. And me love like moving things around and then selling things and then growing more things and then selling other things. I'm tired. The DIYs? Okay. Where you at, boy? So, if you come to the little green roof house right here. And then you follow this sand path. Doodly 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 doodly. And then you go down here. Ta-da! Here are all the DIYs that are up for grabs. I already know these. These are duplicates. Take them all if you need to take them all. I need them gone so I can make room for more duplicates that I will inevitably get. He's like, I would take this one, and I would take this one, and I would take this one, I would take this one. It's good. And I'm gone. Perfect. Anything else is gonna get snagged by Mark when we get our family online subscription. We get him his own copy, so he doesn't have my copy of Animal Crossing. Which I should probably just buy myself the digital version and then just give him my physical, so he and Rory can swap back and forth. I love that you bought the suspender outfit and the hat. It looks so good. It was perfect. Favorite reaction? Sit down. Eat. Kicking your little feet. Do we know when the plumerias bloom? I don't know if we know that. I have questions. How many articles have been written while I have been down, like, doing this? Fruit cherry? No. Game rant. 6 hours ago. Damn, game rant. Get right to it. Vegetables that players will use run from starts. These small plants can be purchased from leaf, a sloth, while fans certainly can once a player did it. Change over time. Let some days pass. Some days. Oh. On the 4th day. Okay. Good lord. It's gonna take a hot minute for us to get tomatoes. Everything else. Oh. Almost D&D time. No worries. Hi there. Hi, seat. He's got this. He's got the haunt reaction still. Oh. Damn. No worries, Steph, you're good. I still haven't found that 6th fossil. It's somewhere obscure and weird. Look at this. I mean, ugh. Oh, that carbonara. Me hungry. Pears, apples, peaches. And I think I gave you some. No, like steal any fruit you need for cereal. Pumpkins are up on Norma's farm, which if you go back to the bridge you came in on. There you go, there you go. Yep. You're good. And then they're through here. Ta-da! Right here. Steal. And you can plant, you've gotten 3 of each there with picking just the one. Take as many as you need, like for serious, though. I've got a bunch. Skateboard rack? What? Super cool. Do you have bamboo, Sean? I don't think you've gotten the bamboo yet. Hang on. Let me... No bamboo. Yeah, you can propagate those pretty quickly. Like yeah. You'll have like a lot of pumpkins. Like pumpkins just keep growing. Okay, let me snag you some bamboo darts. Where are they? Fart. Where'd they go? I did this earlier with the... Lady Brittany is raiding with a party of 12. Excuse you. Hello, everybody. How is everybody this evening? Are we having fun? Hello. Thank you for the follows. My goodness. You did nothing? Sure. Okay. Sean. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. Here you go. It has... Ta-da! There's 4 starts for you for the bamboo. And when they grow, they will give you another start, which is pretty great. You guys are so cool! Hello, everybody. My name is Zoe. I am a professional idiot on the internet. So thank you so much, Lady Brittany, for raiding with all those people. Oh my goodness gracious. You just coming through. Hello? You guys are under precisely 0 obligations to follow, but you know. Super fun playing with you too, Britt. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. What is even happening? Woo! It's really hard getting around those rocks sometimes. So yeah, I don't know. I used to be one of the WooTubers, and well, I'm still a WooTuber because WooTubers for life. But you know, things changed, and I wanted to do something else. So now we're doing stuff like this. It's really sweaty in my room right now, so I apologize if I look a little. So yeah, we do Animal Crossing, we do Stardew. I am going to be doing Pokemon when it comes out. I don't know why my follow thing is so wrong. It is though, and I can't get it to not be wrong. And so, Tia, there she is. Not just on the internet. No, I'm not just an idiot. Like I do a lot of things. Okay, who's leaving? What's happening? Here we go. There goes SK. Thank you for visiting, SK. Super fun. Oh, Sean, have you ever done a KK concert? Hang on. Okay. Come to the plaza, sir. Beyond sadistic. Woo! I'm glad you guys had a good stream. That's really good. I love it. Okay, so you come and sit down in the little chairs. Actually, I think I've got to talk to him. I'll talk to him first. Hey, what's buzzing? Oh, wait. 6. Shoot. And I'm time traveling and doing stuff. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Ah! Other than that, I mean, you can check out the museum, but you know, it's no different than yours. 3 minutes till, but it's 11 a.m. on my island because whoopsies. I know. It's time zone weirdness. I don't know. We're in the same time zone, Joanne. But I'm time traveling, so I'm a filthy time traveler. Because I play the game my own way. It's a good time. Other than that, that's all I got going on my island, Sean. We're just waiting to see how Steph is doing, because I think she's still on the struggle bus. Which is totally fine. Can you mail DIYs? Actually, I don't even know. Stopped raining, which means tomorrow we're gonna have gyroid spawn. Last out now. Okay, cool, cool. You're good. The lion, okay, he is. Oh my goodness, as I run into my own cliff because I haven't laid down my pathing. He is up the stairs right here, and then I love how you're like your little legs like boop. And then you have to go across this brick bridge to his cursed antiques. Ta-da! Cursed. So very cursed. Yeah, we're just doing a grind stream, trying to get as many of the things done as possible, trying to help other people get as many of the things done as possible, like getting the recipes and stuff. So like we've been going to other people's islands, dropping off starts on people's islands, just like trying to get things done. Really quick, I'm gonna open the window for reasons. He doesn't like you? What do you mean he doesn't like you? Is Lionel being an asshole? Don't be an asshole. I gotta open a window. I'm dying. Oh! I'll beat him up. What in the heck? Do we need to come whack him? I will come in there and I will whack him. Okay. Lynette or Lee, I am so tired. You're not Lynette. Different human. I'm so tired. Isn't that nighttime? No, go to bed, girl. Like I'm tired too. Okay, back to main and grabbing jams. Sounds like a plan. Oh. It's only 6. He didn't give you the DIY? Love you too, Lee. Thanks for coming and hanging out. John, did he not give it to you? Did you get the DIY expansion from the Nook Stop? What? He's got to teach you himself? What in the world? That's sus. Oh, okay. I don't think it works on other people's islands. But you gotta get the DIY thing. Yeah. you need to have the recipe plus, yeah, to get recipes. So you can try to go into my resident services and figure it out. Like, see if you can. I don't think you can use other people's. You might be able to. I actually don't know. I have no idea. Resident services, the plaza, where KK is right now. Yeah, I got this Halo is great. I gotta change. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, girl. What is happening? Actually, just changing the look in general, probably a good plan. Because we've been wearing these clothes for a while. Listen. House needs the moik, but we have a Dioids. Getting ready to open up. Recipes plus. Yeah. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. This is just easier than running upstairs. I don't know why. Double door refrigerator. Should I change? Because I keep my clothes in the fridge. That's normal. Oh, geez. Okay. Well, now here's where we help. Oh, actually, that's super cute. Hang on. Not the Alpin. Black fedora. Nah, these are still my glasses. Like, let's be honest, they're pretty great. Argyle sucks. Here we go. Looking good, perhaps. We're using those zippy boots. Zippy boots are looking pretty good. Bands are always good. Bands are always. Wildest Dreams, test your skills, beginners. Oh! No, that's none of those are it. I wonder, I have no idea what ones you have to buy before you can, it's like staged upgrade, like tiered upgrades, I think. I think you have to buy certain ones. There we go. Cause it's fall. We're gonna wear a cute pea coat. It's a grind. Listen, there's a reason why we can sink all this time into it, because it is a grind. Go to Nooks before Zell would teach me the jam. Oh no. Yeah. I'm sorry, Joint. Look, I got it. Yay. Cause yeah, you have to have like certain things on. It really sucks. Ooh. Bagel sandwich. It's so weird. Okay. Well. Fart. But you were able to use the Nook stop, which is good. Okay, I think I'm gonna close because I want to run on a captain tour real quick for reasons. And try and get more vegetables. Because I need more vegetables. Alright.
Slash. Where are these out? I don't know. I want to get another gyroid too, for reasons. Oh, you're on the way with your gem. I will not close. I will stay open. Okay, okay, okay. You're so sweet. Steph, that was a lot of freaking work. And you can grab the brown sugar cake. A cerulean rose. Look like it's okay for right now. We're good. You know something I don't? Did something happen on your end that I don't know yet? Holy buckets. Almost 8 hours on stream. Holy buckets. Yo, look at her. Oh my goodness. So cute. Your puffs are adorable. Friggin' amazing. Also feel free to grab whatever DIYs you need. Seriously. Snag it. Here. Still love this part. Right up here. You're in Zucker's little spot with all the food and this is not yeah, you gotta go and see Zucker. So cute. Davian! My dude, what's up? I'm the worst about talking to people, including digital ones. Of course, Octavian. Ugh. Give him hell. All good. Give him hell for me. You are okay. There is Rena. Whoop. Hold on. Joe is calling me. See how this goes. Hello? The bouillon is in the fridge. Where? It's in a big round jar. I think it's towards the back of the fridge, and I think it's on the lowest shelf. Okay. Yeah. I think. There's also chicken broth above the in the same cabinet that the candy bars are in right now. Above the microwave. Okay. Okay, bye. My dude, you have to look behind things. Good job. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, bye. Oh my goodness. Zuck, are you supposed to? No, don't smack it with a net. Bye, Steph. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know where you put things, but thank you. Done. And did you get? Oh, thank you. Yay. Sean. Oh. Don't smack Zucker with a net. You be nice to my Zucker. He's adorable. He's the sweetest. He's BB. Okay, you got the cake. Cool. Oop, okay. There they go. Who leaving first? Who's going? There she goes. There goes Deb. Also, like, all week, guys, post in the Discord, like, what you're getting and stuff. With, like, if people are available, we'll try and get over. I don't know. I'll be posting and making my island open. We're just gonna help everybody out. And if I find good, like, treasure islands for, and, like, catalog islands and stuff, I will let y'all know. Because somebody in the next couple of days is just gonna be like, oh, yeah, I got all the items already. And it's not even getting, like, ow. How do these things happen? So we'll try and find like a good catalog island. For cereal. What are you doing? Why are you calling me? Oh my goodness. Yay, I'm glad you have fun. Live when she's doing her dailies. So shout out SK. So make sure you follow SK too, because live during their dailies. Very helpful, actually. Okay, I am gonna close the gates really quick because I want to go do my captain tour. And an 8-hour stream is a long one. I am debating what to do. If I keep going. Cool. Great. Yeah, just like keep posting stuff in the up for grabs part of the Discord, like if you've got stuff that's rolling. Yeah, we'll just keep up communications there, and I'll keep posting turnip prices because I know that this is gonna all of this is taking a big old dent out of my bells. Like, oh Lord. Hang on. What are we? Okay, still need to do that so that I can get more miles and stuff, but I know it's so weird. It's like I'm not actually it's like you're a butt. Thank you. Here we go. We got like 12,000 miles. How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh, here we go. It has been actual hours since we got to come and talk to Captain. We've been running around and having so much fun. No, he knows. He knows I time travel. He's just being a butt. How do help? You need to get your DIYs upgraded first. Like you need to get the right packs first before you can get the recipes.
So you have to get your upgrades. Yeah, you have to get your upgrades and stuff. Super noob. He's like baby noob. He's got like 5 villages right now. He's working on it. Where are we? What is this? It's cute. Okay. DIY. Just rage searching. Okay. Here it is. Whoop, and we gotta find. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were that behind, sir. Don't be a butt, sir. Starway fragment. Okay, got that. Okay. This is cute as all heck. Okay, I think we're gonna bounce. We got. I'm not going to just hashtag lied to.
Hashtag lead to.
Oh no. Let's go. That's totally fine. Who did I do? I donated something, right? Do something on Harvs? I think I did. Actually, can't remember now. Oh. Maybe it is all a dream. Oh, he's got a little picture of the Captain Island. That's so cute. Sad TV show. Okay. Whoops. Gonna wrap things up. We are gonna move to the next day. Gonna be fun. Good lord, this update is great. Oh, and is Happy Home Designer out? I think it's out now. Hang on. Okay. Let's see here. Shops are open. Shake fruit cubes, pick up shells, and shop if you want to. Yay! Oh, Steph. I already purchased it. We're good. Think. Oh well, it's okay. John got so many prezzies today. It's so good. Regular DIY. Okay. Okay, while we load, because load times, I am actually going to take a quick bio break just of my own volition because I am chugging water. It has been a day. So I'm going to go use the bathroom and I'm going to come right back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And thank you again, Raiders, for coming in. This is what we do on the channel, is just when one person has to pull the car over in order to use the bathroom, then we stop the car for everybody. Everybody's got to get out, go use the bathroom, go get yourself a drink, go get yourself a snack, get your wiggles out, do some stretches, hydrate, please. And we're going to come back in 5 minutes-ish, depending. Like, I might have to go and grab, like, some food. So, see you in a minute.
Coming in 10 seconds early because Sean's being salty in chat. What the hell, dude? It's just in the museum. Oh. Okay, I did some jumping jacks to like get the blood moving. Did a couple of taekwondo drills from forever ago. Feel a little better. Got the blood moving, feeling a little more awake. All right, here we go. Sean. Just come into the museum whenever you want. Do you have to spam B at him? Yes, he is a good singer, so. Whew, got my heart rate up a little bit, feeling so much better. Lord. Daisy May is here selling turnips, so we're gonna find out. I love that Isabel announces the special visitor. Makes it so much easy. So much easier. Love it. I don't have to go and find people. Rory's pizza looks delicious. You made a, like, oh. Making pizza with the grandparents? So cute. Oh, it's foggy. Look at this. Woo. Hey, Rick. Oh. Happy Home Academy. Let's see. Ah. Yeah, I know. Oh, how many of the tricks are we gonna have to know for the DLC? Oh, lordy Lou. Someone thank me. Alright. Let's... Did I ever... I think I planted that before. Oh no, it's still in my pockets, isn't it? Oh no. Okay. It's all good. Oh, and I never opened the DIY from that island either. Pile of cash. Yeah, Rory just ate a whole spoonful of pesto. Just pesto. Nothing, you know. Wait, is this done? Is this done? Can we? Okay, and there it is. It's still there. Fantastic. I thought it would act just like the pumpkins, and it does. This is great. Oh my goodness. Did you get any orange pumpkins? Sean, did you just take the off-color ones? You goober. Oh, I'm gonna have to mail him regular pumpkins, aren't I? You already had orange. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, look. More gold. More gold roses. I gotta move the green. Didn't get carrots? Okay, hang on. I have a lot of carrots. Yeah, it wasn't grown yet, so here we go. I will probably, here, we'll mail you some. Drop. And drop that there. I'll pick it up and I'll send it to you, okay? No worries. So cute. Oh my goodness. Were we just eating pesto straight? Yeah, cheese is his love language, 100%. Like, same though, but listen. Do we have enough pumpkins? I don't know. There is no. Might, just for the sake of pathing, might cut it down to a 3x3 over here, just so that we can... No, I'm not muted. Am I quiet? Or is the music too loud? Okay. You might have to refresh. Not that you can hear me. Oh, shoot. Might be twitchy. Might be a Twitch day. Thank you though. I do appreciate you guys like checking up and making sure like something's not wrong on my end first. That is good. We need that. Okay. Potatoes and tomatoes. I think like the last thing that we are missing here. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Holy buckets, that's cute. To craft it, you just like give us money. We're just gonna take the money. Good lord. Good friggin' lord. Okay. I want to take this back. Try doing some shit with it. I know it's Joe Slime. I don't know. Huh? I don't think it's soup. We'll make a sandwich. What? You're being a goob. That's what you're doing. What's what? What's what? What did you do? What did he do? Joseph Fleischer? What did you do? God damn it. Can someone clip that for me? What the fuck just happened? Do you see this man? Exposed. What the fuck? What you do, sir? Joseph Fleischer. I swear to God. I think the bear's back. Forgot what I was doing because I'm so squibbed out right now, sir. What did you do? Did you steal Cheetos? You stole my whole Cheetos. What the fuck? Come back here, Cheeto thing. He stole my snacks.
Oh.
You bitch. He stole my snacks. Okay, you're good. Okay, that's good. Joe just stole my snacks. Where's my clip? Okay. I don't think anything needs just straight wheat. He's sitting there munching on my Cheetos. You hear him? Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. He didn't even know. Stealing a girl's snacks. Does he even know the wrath that is about to befall him? Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. Sean caught you on camera. You beat. You thief. You beat. You have to at least bring me back my container because I want chips.
yote that right at me.
Oh. I did behind you.
How hard, Street, how hard is Sean laughing currently? I don't even know if you're still in the chat room. How hard is Sean still laughing? Thank you for clipping that, Sean. I appreciate you. I was like, what did he steal? I don't have anything. I have been like passively like not thinking about it, munching on these. You're such a bitch. God damn it. You're that naughty giggle. He's shit eater grinning. Shit eater grinning. God damn. You're lucky you're really cute. Stealing my Cheetos. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. Nah, you don't want that. You don't want that.
Ah, it's nasty.
That's how we keep him out of our drinks, is we put bourbon in it. It was sparkling water to begin with. Like, it's not anything that you would like. Oh my goodness. What are we gonna do with them? I can make the kit. Look at the cup. Street says hi.
Hi.
Look what I made. Friggin' love Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. We just made that. Okay. Here we go. I mean, it kind of doesn't look very good. I don't know. I mean, it would have to be curried pumpkin. Like, if it was like curried pumpkin puree, like a lot of onions and garlic, like that could be okay. And like some sausage. Hi, Pupper. Waggy boy. He's so sweet. So cute. My goodness gracious. I don't have any mushrooms. How do we make the gnocchi? Oh, I need potatoes because it's gnocchi and you make it with potatoes. Those look delicious. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna have to get. There's no curry powder. How even? Okay, sugar's on its way, so we're almost there. What's with how whole wheat flour? Oh no! Wait, hang on. Wait. Oh, dang it. Okay. Sugar and brown sugar, whole wheat, and flour. Okay. That's how that has to go. Oh, we get mild. Oh my goodness. The window and the door are open, and now suddenly there's like off gas. No, back up. You cannot be under here, puppy. You got hurt last time, remember? Good boy. Yay! Yes, I cooked up a storm. Did you see me? Hello? It was amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Oh, I'm so happy about this. Scorching gourmet. Oh, we have updates to make to the passport. Hang on. Hold up. We're gonna go. Okay, Sean, if you want to change your title, this is how we do this. Okay. We're gonna edit. Wait, no, not the. Oh, shooting. Edit title. Here we go. We're editing our title. So these are the titles. Like when you get an achievement, yes, you have your passport. When you get like an achievement in your Nook Miles and it says like the little title over the top, you can mix and match these. So you have a beginning and you have an end. So we're gonna roll on down to Scorching, I think, because reasons. It's gonna take us a how many? Hang on. Oh, we're almost there. Hold up. Wait for a second. Okay. Oh, Scorching. I don't know about influencer. Let's see here. That's what all those mean. Yeah, that's what this is for. It's nothing. But like when we were flying in, you could see people's titles And it was dumb. Okay, scorching avatar, scorching, no. Artisan, no. Bill Pear, yikes. Chum cleaner clown, yikes. There's no witch. Or bad at texting. Okay, scorching floating thing could be a good. Ingredient. Bad at texting. That would work. No. Scorching mama. Ooh.
Hashtags seeing.
Oh my goodness, this man. He's salty. He's salty. Overachiever. Listen. Relocator. Here we go. Scorching scatterbrain. Because alliteration. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna have to redo the whole house. It's gonna be redecorated all over the place. It's gonna be great. And we're gonna go to a catalog island. I want to have someday, like, if I were to migrate my island over to like a new Switch or something, like if I were to grab an OLED, that would make a new island on this one and just have it constantly up and running with a catalog island. But I would have to go to a catalog island first and then like buy all those. That's what I would do. Okay, we're sending wheat. I don't have sugarcane yet. I will send you sugarcane as soon as I have it, friendo. Don't you even worry. We're gonna go put this adorable soup out at Zucker's place. Look at y'all. Y'all clean me out of the DIYs. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, you guys are, yes. Yay. Steffi is everybody's mom. She comes into everybody's community and she just takes care of people. She makes sure everybody is okay. Steffi is just always on it. Amazing. MVP. And I'm so glad this game brought us together. Not this game, but like was you. Oh. Okay. Send one. We're gonna send it to a friend. There you are. Ooh, what card? Oh, here you go. Camo card for Sean. This is the price. Hang on. Actually, I'm going to pull my Switch out and do it by hand really quick. Oh my goodness, this poor Switch. Actually, continue right. Okay, there we go. I'll stop being secretive. I'll just send like a basic postcard for the next one. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Actually, I have to close the window now because it's getting chilly in here. Hang on. Ooh. Oops. He is a computer wizard. Star Wars is a thing for the Sean. Big Star Wars nerd. Oh, wait. Yep. I'm gonna be like super basic and keep you a little elite heart. Here you go. There you go. Okay. I love this. I love this thing. Oh. You clothes? Look at Steffi with the hookup. Oh, gosh. Steph, you're being too awesome. You're showing the rest of us up. We love it. We won't stop. Because we love you and you're the best. Oh. Alrighty then. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm getting distracted. Who, me? No. Distracted? Crazy. Okay, I gotta figure this out. It's gonna be okay. Okay, we're gonna keep at least this our gyroid spot. Woo! Anything from outside of your airport. SK, okay. I should try and make over. If I'm gonna. Actually, I'm gonna check in. Fairy Princess Land! Okay, sorry about that. I'm checking in with my childcare, seeing how they're doing. Oh, goodness. This is why you joined Discord, Sean. Stop being salty about Discord, Sean. Because they marketed better than TeamSpeak, Sean. What the fuck? See this man? You see this man? Being salty in chat. You see this man? Holy buckets. Sean, you were level 58 in chat. What the heck? Wait, what was that? Was that a... Oh, wait! That was a full gyroid. A boomoid? What is it? Oh. What? Does he have a Dios de los Muertos face? Like, what is this? He's got, like, his little face. Oh, nope, that's the wrong button. Look at this. He's got, like... Look at him! Oh my goodness. I'm so excited about this. I love... Rain is the best now! I mean, Rain was always the best because reasons, but also Rain is like the super best now. Woo woo woo. Dog is losing his Skittles. Oh, Zucker! Look at him wearing a custom design. Cute. Cute. Brr. Zumi flowers! We might might do Zumi flowers just right outside the museum. Oh! Here it is. Okay, that's a fossil. Look good. Lee got 2. Oh, lost item. You can have coffee with people. Isn't that cute? Love it. We should have done that, but I was like drawing a blank. I'm dumb. Daisy May! Okay, I should check what she's selling for, because that can tell you a lot about your week ahead. Last week I think was fluctuating, so I will go and see. Not approaching the small boar with an axe, because that's how we get gored to death. It's fine. What are you doing? 107 for starting price. Start. Okay. Oh. So this is Daisy May. She sells turnips. She is adorable. Gonna have to keep an eye on this. I don't need any. Big maybe on the next time Daisy May I time travel and then I get screwed, and I'm really sorry and I love you, but ooh, okay. Digital coffee. It's so cute. Yay. Okay, so my boys really are coming home for bed. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna run one last cabin tour. Do it! We're gonna run one last thing on one last island tour with the captain. And then I have to fold this gigantic pile of laundry behind me, which really sucks. So we're gonna do that, and then we're probably gonna end. I'm early enough I can actually raid someone. What is this? Who is she? Does an 8-hour stream and then raid someone? What? What's happening? Who are we following? Oh, it's Critical Role Night. Shoot dang. Oh, they've been going for a hot minute, haven't they? Alrighty, well. Who we got?
Oh, we might do Sleeping Dogfish. He's super fun. Okay. But first we're gonna do this. We're not gonna think about raiding yet. Because we're going on a cabin tour. Important. Look at her. She can actually raid people. Are y'all sick of Animal Crossing or do you want to watch something else? Because I've got Reversal playing. You know what? Tit for tat. I might raid Reversal. He probably doesn't have alerts over a certain amount though. So we might go watch Reversal play Mario Party Superstars. You know? Chris! Yes, having fun. Thinking about what we're going to do when we wrap though. Because... oh, my boys are going to be here in like an hour. And I need time to like wind down and fold the laundry behind me. Because holy buckets. It's a whole thing. Whatever. Whatever, Sean. God. Laundry folding is the worst. Everybody say hi, Chris. Go. Yeah, Krista's. Oh my god, it's a winter island. Sorry, I kind of lost it there for a second. Don't worry about it. Oh, we are dressed. Look at this. Winter Island. Oh my god, it's so cute. Look at how pretty this is. I'm getting like actually like shivery cold even just looking at this. Anyway, Chris does readings of the Silmarillion in ASMR and it's the best. So y'all need to hop on that because they're awesome. So go check it out. Oh my god. The jingly jangly like Christmassy music. Oh my god, it's so cute. Help. Help me. Someone help me. Someone send to help. Look at this. Oh my goodness, what do I have in my pockets right now? What can I drop? Can I drop anything? Oh no. Okay, hang on. We can stack. We can stack bells. Oh my goodness. Help me. I came to this island with just so much shit. Help me. Snowflake wreath. Smith Reeves. Okay, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm turning into my mom, but it's fine. Drop the pumpkins, like literally. Might be okay though. I stacked the bells and that was okay. Do you? Oh, but the snowflakes. More Stardew Valley. Yes. Oh my gosh. I don't have any. I have no clue. Okay, drop those. Come here. Oh shoot, I don't have you in my... Oh no, where'd it go? Snowflake! No! Okay, there it is. Yeah? That's it? No! Oh, okay. These are a bugger and a half to catch. Are you kidding me? No, I have so many too. I just sold like... No! No! I just sold like 6 stacks of pumpkins. Like, not even joking. I'm good. Thank you, though. You're very sweet. My house storage was too full, and so I had to sell a bunch. Look at the palm trees in the snow. Like, what is this? Who is this? What's happening? These palm trees don't know what the fuck is going on. They're like, what? How does this happen? The snow island. Look at this. We're gonna get sick of it by the time that like winter is up, but oh, it's magic. Look at this. It's a snow wonderland. Cute. Okay, this is a little too smooth jazz. Not here for this. Lavender Town? What? Fantasy Arcade. This is cute. Nope, nope, nope. No! Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. So happy. Dude, Captain Mr. Islands at thebomb.com. No, yeah, without time travel, just being like, I just want to be in winter all the time could be super duper cool. Or just in Sakura season, like, oh, help. Help. Depending on how we feel around Sakura season, oh, we're gonna play the crap of Sakura season. Especially. This man is extra salty tonight. Ow. You have a North Pole on your island, what? And that's our cue. Oh. I want to keep streaming and I want to keep playing. But I think we have to be brave and go raid Reversal after this. I love that. It's so good. So good. We have to do an island tour of SK like ASAP. Do you have a dream address? Or maybe we can do it next stream. Like we'll do some tours next stream maybe? For a little break from the like update. Like do some island tours because people are proud of their islands as they are now. We might, you know. I know laundry is a myth. Like I need somewhere to sleep and I don't have space in this room other than my drawers. Right, me too. Yeah, dinner and trying to figure out where the update is because I think it really does only come out at midnight on your time zone. Like I love Lady Brit, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's right. Oh, wait, this is a new shanty. What? Not a new phrase, but it might be new shanty. Hang on. Oh, okay. A couple of like different tunes and then like new dialogue for those tunes. Interesting. Interesting. It's so cute. I love it. I love it so much. With the rain. Oh, this feels too much like a sewer charter. Help. I'm getting flashbacks. Somebody send help. Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna stop yelling in the mic now. All right. We have rain again. So like, we get more gyroids or something. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I know for me personally, I've been up for so long. Like we've been doing this for so long. So I think we're going to find somebody to raid and I'm going to fold the laundry behind me, do something else, get some food, do the thing I need to do. We're not going to be streaming at a normal time, but like, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. At the very least, I need like a 3-hour break. Because we have been up for a long time. So hopefully we will be good. Let's raid. Are we brave and raid Reversal? Should we be brave? My mama did not raise no quitter. Listen, I'm gonna fold laundry when I don't fucking want to. So I need to fold laundry. And chances are I've had enough caffeine that I'm gonna be up anyway. So like, listen. Up here getting salty. Rude. And yes, sometimes you quit when you were ahead, or sometimes you quit when something's not working, but guess what? This is working. So okay, I love you too. No, I know. I know. I'm gonna give you shit. If you're gonna give me shit, then I'm gonna give you shit. Wrong, sir. Wrong. Okay. Are we brave? And we don't raid we could raid Critical Role, but they don't have raid alerts on. You guys want to watch Critical Role, or do you guys want to watch Reversal, or do you guys want to watch Matt? Matt's playing Fire Red Leaf Green.
Do we raid Miet while he's playing Pokemon, or do we raid Reversal? Do you guys want to watch Mario Party, or do you guys want to watch Pokemon? Like, up to you. Matt's really sweet. His community is really, really sweet. Rev's community is pretty sweet too. Like, Matt's pretty sweet. Matt. Matt works for Achievement Hunter, and last time I rated him, he said hi. So like that was a thing. Maybe we're brave. Maybe we're brave and we raid Matt. Like, it would be brave to raid Rev right now, but like, what if we're really brave and we raid Matt? Okay, hang on. Are you ready? I think we're gonna do Matt. Okay, so we might stream later, but I need like a break. So we're gonna raid Matt. He works for Achievement Hunter. I'm being very brave right now. I don't know what to do with myself as a person like right now. This is a lot. So I'm gonna go raid Matt and probably watch him while folding my laundry because he's playing Pokemon. And I think I want to watch Pokemon more than I want to watch. Sorry, Rev. I love you, but like Mario Party is like iffy. You know, you have to be in the right mood to like play / Thank you guys so much. This was like a super long stream and y'all stuck with it and like y'all popped in and out as you needed to, and you guys are the best. I don't do these very often. I hope to like maybe in future do more super long streams because I like this. I mean, what's not to like? I get to stream and hang out with my friends. Like I get to play games and hang out with my friends. Like this is super cool. Like I love all of this. Also, Steph, rumor has it that you're gonna stream soon, so like let me know because we will boost the heck out of you, my girl. Like listen, a rumor has it you got some of it, no worries. This is gonna be the longest video on my YouTube channel, so if you guys want to see the VOD of this, go hang out on YouTube, like the same Snitches and Witches channel, which is like getting rebranded and stuff, which is fine. Okay, I'm gonna start the raid because I'm really nervous. Okay, this person has 600 people watching. Here we go. Discussion with fam in the works. We'll get you there, Steph. You know that. You know that. Like, you got a whole bunch of people behind you. Like, we're here for you. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna raid Miet. We've got 600 people watching. Help. Help. Here we go. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Same chaotic time. We've been streaming for 8 hours. Same chaotic place tomorrow. We will see you. Here we go. I get it. I go.
Nice. Zoe Fletcher, thank you for that raid. Appreciate that. Or Zoe Fletcher, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right or not. Yo, welcome, Raiders. Good to see you. What was Zoe playing today? What was Zoe playing today? Hope it was something awesome. But welcome, everyone. Good to see you here. I mean, probably not. Yeah, I'm gonna buy Pokeballs. All I can afford is this on my meager salary. Lots of Animal Crossing? Nice. Zoe? Gotcha. What was Zoe playing? No, it's not. I'm just stupid. It's okay, Zoe. But welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Animal Crossing is a lot of fun. I've been playing some myself today. After I stream, I'm gonna be ripping my island apart. I can guarantee it. All right, Randy, take it easy, okay? That's all right. Relatively new entrance. Bridge still under construction. But this bridge isn't. You there, trader! Wait! Well, I gave it the right voice. Is that a super cube in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? I'm not, for the record. Oh. It is a super cube. You're just the person I've been looking for. Please come with me. Was told to go save Moltres. Lickety split. And I may have gone to look at flowers. But regardless of that, I don't have time. I gotta go do the thing. Never mind. I guess I'm going with you. Thank you for coming with me. What's that? It's not like you, it's not like you really had a choice? Yeah, I didn't have a choice. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, such nonsense. Everyone has a choice, whether they're kidnapped or drugged or whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get down to business, to defeat the Huns. Recently, pieces of a Pokemon known as Zygarde have been appearing all over Boreas. However, these pieces can... Let me see if you have a Super Cube with a special component installed. Zygarde is a Pokemon from Kalos that appears in the ecosystem is in danger. Why it's appearing here and now is a mystery to us. Didn't you just, like,